Dobar dan, sad i na srpskom. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning. Welcome to the 12th Regional Forum for Health, Wellness and Spa Industry, organized by the Health, Wellness and Spa Tourism in hybrid form. The forum is supported by the Central European Initiative and the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications of Serbia. We are pleased to welcome speakers and participants from 11 countries, 9 Central European Initiative member states, France and China. Our hosts today are representatives of cluster members. Nataša Ranitović, the cluster president. Dejan Pejčinović, general manager of the resort Fruške Terme. Tamara Petrović, marketing manager in Planika. Marina Cvetković, wellness manager, Wellness Center Prolom Spa Planika. Slaviša Jovanović, sales manager Planika. Jelena Ljubičić, sales manager in Hotel Fruške Terme Vrdnik. Peđa Filipović, owner of the Wellness Academy Peđa Filipović. Mlađen Vojinović, director of Vox Trade. Ana Vučićević, sales manager of Vox Trade. Speakers and our guests who are here with us are Mike Wallace, lecturer at the Budapest Business and Metropolitan University on Health and Wellness Tourism and Spa Management. Irena Đorđević, psychiatry specialist, Clinic for Psychiatry, Dr. Laza Lazarević, Belgrade. Snežana Kostić, director of the Institute for Rehabilitation, Belgrade. Svetlana Strailović, director of the Association of Rehabilitation Centers of Serbia. Milenko Đurić, professor, Belgrade College of Tourism and Students. And Zoran Radenković, director of Sijarina Spa. I kindly ask Ms. Ranitović, the president of the Health, Wellness and Spa Tourism Cluster Serbia, to address the forum.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, good morning and welcome. On behalf of the Health, Wellness and Spa Tourism Cluster Serbia, I wish you a warm welcome to the 12th Forum. We are grateful to the Central European Initiative, the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications, and the European Spa Association for their support to our event. We are pleased to welcome Žikica Nestorović, the State Secretary at the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunications. Thank you for coming. I am taking this opportunity to welcome reputable speakers and participants from 10 European countries, leading world wellness tourism and thermal spring markets in China, the top world thermal spring market, and the world #1 outbound tourism market. The main aim of the forum is to support exchange and transfer of knowledge, experiences, and skills. Let me briefly present you the cluster, the organizer of the forum. Health, Wellness and Spa Tourism Cluster Serbia is a national cluster and a network of leading enterprises in health, wellness and spa industry and tourism in Serbia. Cluster vision is that Serbia is an authentic and developed health, wellness and spa European destination. Cluster mission is to promote sustainable development of health, wellness and spa tourism in Serbia, to promote Serbian health, wellness and spa providers, and to support its members to become the European leaders. The cluster became the member of the European Spa Association 4 years ago, the only member from one non-EU country. The cluster supported Vrnjačka Spa to become the first non-EU member of the Roman Thermal Spas of Europe network 4 years ago. The cluster supported its member Premier Aqua Hotel on its way to the first European award. Hotel Premier Aqua received the European Spas Innovation Award 3 years ago. Prolom and Lukovska Spa became exceptional emerging European wellness destinations 3 years ago. The cluster supported Premier Aqua Hotel in the certification process for European quality standards for medical wellness and spa services. Premier Aqua Hotel is the first one with the European quality standards and quality seal Europe Med Spa, not only in Serbia but in the Western Balkans and ex-Yugoslavia. Mr. Dejan Pejčinović just told me that the process of recertification will come in September. So we are really happy that we could support them again in that process, and we are sure that the hotel will be recertificated again. The cluster supported Problem Spa, Sirina Spa, and Košumlijska Spa in creating innovative wellness concepts. The cluster is a national partner in the Erasmus WestSkill project from 2020. WestSkill project will provide free trainings for professionals in wellness tourism for the most important missing skills during this and next year. Cluster members, leaders in health, wellness, and spa tourism and industry in Serbia will be presented today as the best practice examples. Today we'll have an opportunity to learn from leaders. Our guest speakers will present actual trends and best practices examples. Focus is on medical and wellness thermal spa tourism as one of the traditionally most developed tourism sector in Serbia and Europe. We'll focus on opportunities for health and wellness tourism recovery in Europe, heavily affected by the COVID pandemic. At the beginning, we'll learn more about the evolution of wellness and its meaning as a concept and lifestyle in 21st century from our first keynote speaker, Mike Wallace. In the first session, we'll talk about mental health. Our keynote speaker, Janka Zalešakova, the Vice President of the European Spas Association, will focus on burnout syndrome. The President of the European Spas Association, Mr. Thierry Dubois, and his team will share with us the long tradition and experience in Terme Soujon in France, specialized for mental health treatments and updates in the post-corona era. In the second session, we learn more about wellness industry recovery in post-corona. Cosmin Čirić, one of our keynote speakers, will talk about wellness after the storm. Peđa Filipović will present the topic massage as a salvation of the organism. And we will have a Chinese speaker, sorry for my pronunciation, I'm not sure, but I will try. Dr. Chia Xiao Fang, our keynote speaker, President of China Health and Medical Tourism Association, and President of Belt and Road Health Industry Federation. She will present platform for China, Europe, and Serbia cooperation in the field of health, wellness, and spa industry in China session. New competencies of the European medical spas, corona recovery concepts, post-COVID rehabilitation programs and their results, along with the new preventive programs in thermal spas of Europe, and Serbia will be presented in the European Spas session. Keynote speakers in this session are Janka Zalešakova, Slovakia, Vice President of the European Spas Association. Sika Kasarova, Bulgaria, Vice President of the European Spas Association. Juliana Tasije, Romania, Vice President of the European Spas Association. Nena Stevanović, Specialist in Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in the Special Hospital Merkur Vrnjačka Spa. Marina Lali, Italy, President of Feder Turismo and Vice President of Feder Terme. Patricia Irvakova, Czech Republic, Senior Executive, Cluster Director of Marketing and Sales in Ensana Health Spa Hotel. Altogether, we will have 20 speakers today. It's our tradition also to have at least 20 speakers. Once again, welcome all and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ranitović. Please allow me to invite Žikica Nestorović, the State Secretary at the Ministry of Trade, Tourism and Telecommunication, to address the forum.
Poštovane dame i gospodo, zadovoljstvo mi je da vas pozdravim u ime Ministarstva trgovine, turizma i telekomunikacije, koja već 6 godina za redom podržava godišnji regionalni forum o zdravstvenom, wellness i spa turizmu. Čestitam Klasteru zdravstvenog, wellness i spa turizma Srbije na uspešnoj organizaciji foruma i na istrajnosti da se forum održi u okolnostima pandemije, čime je pokazana posvećenost Klastera razvoju zdravstvenog, wellness, spa turizma u Srbiji. Pozdravljam učesnike, uvažene goste, eksperte iz 9 evropskih zemalja i Kine, svetskih lidera zdravstvenog, Velnes turizma i banjskog turizma. Ovakvi susreti doprinose jačanju saradnje zemalja učesnika, podržavaju razmenu i prenos iskustava i znanja, promovišu održivi razvoj turizma u Srbiji. Srbija je lider na Zapadnom Balkanu u razvoju banjskog turizma, zahvaljujući bogatstvu termalnih voda i njihovih izrazito lekovitih svojstvima. Banjski turizam u Srbiji ima tradiciju dugu 150 godina u zdravstvenoj rehabilitaciji i terapiji. Poslednjih 5 godina uz pomoć subvencija Ministarstva trgovine, turizma i telekomunikacije u banjskim i klimatskim mestima izgrađeni su novi, moderni Velnes i spa sadržaj, čije su posetioci omogućeno više usluga iz ove oblasti. Neki od projekata izgradnje ulaganja u spa centre Čigota na Zlatiboru, rehabilitacioni Velnes centar u opštini Knjaževac, spa centar Sjerenja u Sjerinskoj banji i druge. Tokom pandemije neki od rehabilitacionih centara u banjama Srbije bili su u sistem COVID-a, čime je podržan javni sistem zdravlja u Srbiji i pomognuto veliki broj pacijenata. U banjama su na rehabilitaciji bili pacijenti od nezaraznih hroničnih bolesti kao i lekari koji su bili izloženi velikim naporima u crvenim zonama. Osim već tradicionalno poznatih programa, program post-COVID rehabilitacije prateće aktualne trendove u banjskom turizmu u Evropi. Zahvaljujući akciji podela vaučera koje je sprovelo Ministarstvo trgovina, turizma i telekomunikacije, dodatno je podignuta posvest u banjama. Turistički promet u banjama Srbije u 2021. godine porastao je za 20,9,5% u odnosu na isti period u 2020. godine, što nam daje dodatno ohrabrenje i nadu da će 2022. biti još uspešnija kada je u pitanju razvijanje banjskog turizma u Srbiji. Hvala.
Thank you, Mr. Nestorović. Ms. Ranitović will give an introduction to the forum discussion by presenting Global Wellness Economy Report and the latest wellness trends. The floor is yours, Ms. Ranitović.
My presentation, please. First, I would like to introduce myself. I'm the president of the cluster, Health, Wellness and Spa Cluster Serbia, and a member of the board of the European Spa Association. I'm Veskill national manager, Erasmus national manager for Erasmus project Veskill. Then I'm expert, Europe Spa expert and consultant of the European Spa Association and Global Wellness Day ambassador in Serbia. First, I will give you some data about the global wellness market. Next. Okay, I could do it myself. Thank you. According with the latest data of the Global Wellness Institute, the estimated value of global wellness economy in 2020 is $4.4 trillion. Wellness economy fell by 11% comparing to 6.6 annual growth in period of 2 years before the pandemic. Growing wellness sectors in 2020 are fitness technology, which is booming, almost 30%, mental wellness plus 7%, public health and prevention plus 4.5%, healthy eating, nutrition, weight loss plus 3.6%. The most affected wellness sectors are wellness tourism, spas and thermal mineral springs, almost 40% in the world. Top wellness European tourism markets in 2020 are Germany, France, Austria, Italy, United Kingdom, Spain, Portugal, Denmark. And China was the fourth top world market, wellness tourism market. The most affected markets were Spain, almost 51.6% minus, then France, Austria, Italy. Top thermal mineral spring markets. World leader is China, and other world and European leaders are Germany, Russia, Italy, Austria, Poland, Czech Republic, Spain, Hungary. Hungary, the most affected market, thermal spring market in 2020 was Hungary, minus 60.3%. Sorry, take that. Okay. Now, about global travel predictions in 2022. Source is Booking. According to the Booking, 61% of travelers are more open to different types of vacations. 60% of travelers are looking forward to meeting new people while on vacation. Travel will become an essential form of self-care. 79% of travelers agree that travel helps their mental and emotional well-being more than other forms of self-care. Vacation time will be strictly work-free. 73% of travelers say vacation time will be strictly work-free in the future. Authentic connection with the local community will be a priority. And 64% of travelers agree that technology will be more important than ever while on vacation. According to the Global Wellness Institute, global trends in wellness in 2022. First one is self-care for self-preservation and survival. Self-care is in a core concept of philosophy on wellness from the beginning. But self-care came to the focus as a means of self-preservation and survival. It's not about practicing wellness a few times per week or month or 1 or 2 hours per day. It's about taking care about yourselves every day, full day, to preserve ourselves, our health, and to survive all crises and to cope with everyday difficulties and stress to prevent ourselves from falling apart. Second trend is prevention as a lifestyle and a public health priority. Pandemic revealed the fact that and the close connection between prevention of infectious diseases and chronic diseases. So prevention of chronic diseases is a precondition to save our lives and to keep and improve our health. And of course, it's a burden to public health, and also it's a priority. Wellness and science must move toward each other, the next trend. That means that customers are well aware of their health and what is good, more than ever, and what is good for their health. So they are seeking and they are in search actually for evidence-based effective treatments. Then nature came to spotlight. Actually, nature as a mean for improving our health. Then balancing physical and virtual connections. During pandemic, we have been starting living some kind of hybrid life, and more offline than online. So balancing between physical and virtual presence and connections will be very important. And mental well-being takes central stage. 2 years of mental unwellness. Actually, we are now in that stage. And mental wellness as a mean to preserve our mental well-being is the most important. And what is the answer of industry, wellness and spa industry? It's actually an integrative approach by wellness and spa providers to health. An integrative approach which combines medical and wellness treatments oversees by the medical team. Spa and wellness operators has adopted their offerings to support guests with specific mental and emotional well-being needs by addressing sadness, negativity, pain, and lack of confidence. Focus is on personal reflection and growth. And more predictions. Until 2025, the fastest growing wellness sectors, according with the Global Wellness Institute data, will be wellness tourism, thermal mineral springs, spas, physical activity, mental wellness. And overall, wellness economy will rise by 9.9% annually. Thank you.
The first keynote speaker is Mr. Mike Wallace, lecturer at the Budapest Business and Metropolitan University on health and wellness tourism and spa management.
Thank you. That was very nicely introduced. Can I have the little black... I'll just move the microphone a bit down. I don't have the Serbian height, I'm afraid. It's really good to be here. It's a hybrid forum, so there are people online and there are people here in reality. And actually, this is the first time I've presented live, I think in 2 years, apart from my teaching. So it's a real pleasure to be in a live environment again. As was announced, I've spent about 28 years in the health and wellness industry. I now teach and I lecture. I also write books. Whoops, here we go. Okay, we might have some sticky problems with this machine here. So I write books. I want to promote the book, not because I want to make money. I don't make much money off this book, but I know that we've got some people here in the audience that are studying spa tourism, and everything I learnt in the spa industry is in this book. So it is worth purchasing if you're studying the subject. Okay. So I think I showed this slide the last time I was here. When we think of wellness, these are the sorts of images that we have. Beautiful girl in jacuzzi, diet, massage, fitness. Today, my message is that wellness is far more complex than this. It's far more complicated in light also of the pandemic and all the challenges that are facing us in today's world. And these are some of the old definitions: optimal well-being, active process, holistic. These definitions, I feel, are becoming out of date. As I said before, the pandemic and the challenges that are facing us in today's world have changed our perception of wellness. So I want to talk a little bit about where wellness came from. And I'll be talking about 10 minutes about the influences. The Paleolithic era. The anthropologists actually think we lived a lot longer than they originally presumed. Why? Plant-based diet, lots of variety in our food. We also had times where we actually didn't eat much at all. So it was like a natural form of intermittent fasting. Moving, we were continually moving. Bare feet, good for our strength and coordination. We were out in the sunlight. That meant we got vitamin D, good for our bones, our immune system. We washed in cold water, again, good for our immune system. And we lived in circles of about 50 people, which apparently is ideal from a social wellness perspective. And then we have the influence of the religions, particularly the ancient religions. Hinduism, karma, the law of cause and effect. What we do now will influence our future life, our future lives, but also our existing life as well. Every action has an equal reaction. This comes from Hinduism. Ayurveda, yoga, Buddhism, mindfulness, meditation, the Abrahamic religions. Our body and our health are gifts from God. So we need to avoid behaviors that can harm our mind, body, and spirit. And then we have Taoism, which is connected to China, which is a belief in nature and also the universal force of qi. And then we have the Greeks. The Greeks were kind of interesting. They divided happiness into two categories. Hedonic happiness, that's basically about indulging in behaviors which can possibly cause us harm and not really thinking about the consequence of those behaviors that give us pleasure. And that eudaimonic happiness, which is more concerned with personal growth and meaningful behavior, and this is what brings us happiness in the long term. And Stoicism. Stoicism is about accepting the moment that you are in, living in the moment, and not getting caught up in the past and the future, but living in the moment, accepting it, and looking at it objectively. And then we all know about the Romans. The reason why they could build such fantastic, huge bathhouses is because they learned how to utilize concrete. That meant they could build huge aqueducts, like you can see in the picture, and they could transport water, and they really started the spa bathing culture. So I'm going to jump 2,000 years to the age of enlightenment in the 18th century. The reason why this was important, this was when we put logic and reason over superstition. So what did that mean? It meant that in order for something to be believed, for something to be valid, it meant that it had to be proved. There had to be evidence behind it. And because of this, there were huge developments in science and in health and in hygiene as well. And then we have the 19th century. This is really when the spa and wellness concept, as we know it, took off. Certain people, Preisnitz, he cured a lot of people, mainly unhealthy, wealthy, older people. He took them into the mountains, gave them a healthy diet, gave them lots of exercise, and gave them cold water showers. Kneipp, he took on this concept. He was a German priest, and he combined hot and cold water bathing. When you go from heat to cold, as you know from when you jump from a sauna into a cold pool, you get a tingling feeling. And that tingling feeling is your blood circulation being stimulated. It also stimulates the immune system. Brenner, he introduced the detox cure. And that is where we get this from, muesli. This was about the turn of the 19th century. And finally, we have Per Henrik Ling. He introduced in Stockholm his gymnastic institute, really the first form of fitness. So now we have the 19th century, which is when really the spa tourism took off. And basically, the aristocracy and wealthy people went to spa resorts for both recreation, but also for cure. And spas were a little bit naughty. They said at that time they could cure all diseases. So they said they could cure everything from even tuberculosis to sexually transmitted diseases, which of course they couldn't. In the background to this, in America, interesting things were happening. Writers and philosophers in America came up with a concept called transcendentalism. This was a personal connection with God. It believed that men were essentially good and that you had to listen to your intuition. There was theosophy. These were writers and also philosophers who believed that you could contact God and reality through the power of your thoughts. Meditation was part of this. And then we have the hocus pocus. Also in the 19th century, they believed in the occult, in spiritualism, which was talking to the dead, and hypnosis, but they call it mesmerizing. And this was very popular. And out of that came the New Thought movement, which is very interesting. This is the law of attraction. What you believe now will manifest itself in the future. This comes from the 19th century, and there's a very famous book called The Secret. I'm sure it's translated into Serbian. It comes from this 19th century New Thought movement. Believe it, visualize it, and it will happen. This is a very strong part of the wellness movement. And then we have lots of other self-help books. This was the first one. It was called Self-Help, and it was written by a man called Samuel Smiles. It was for poor people, and it told poor people they could get out of poverty if they worked hard, educated themselves, and took responsibility. So very capitalist. Likewise, the book Think Rich and Grow Rich, this was published in the 1930s. And these are all best-selling books today. So at the beginning of the 20th century, life expectancy was about 50, in the 50s. From 1945, this changed dramatically. And the reason was because of diet, improvements in lifestyle, and also antibiotics. And this is when the World Health Organization, they changed their concept of health, not just from being free of disease, but complete mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. Also a little bit later came the pill, which meant that women could take control of their bodies. They could be more independent, and this also improved their health as well. In the 1950s, we had this gentleman, Dr. Halbert Dunn. He was the man that invented wellness. Wellness comes from him. He was a doctor, he traveled around America, and he wrote the book High Level Wellness. But the book was very heavy, and it didn't really take on. It wasn't so successful. And then we have the hippie movement. This was in the 60s and 70s when young people, they rejected conservative traditional lifestyles. They packed up and they went to cities like San Francisco, and there they lived in communes. They took hallucinogenic drugs, marijuana, and they also traveled to places like India and Thailand, and they brought back with them Buddhism and Hinduism, and they mixed it up with astrology, tarot card reading, crystals, and these influences are still in the wellness industry today. It was in this era, in the 1970s, this man here, John Travis, he took Halbert Dunn's principle of wellness and he put it into a logical, easy way for ordinary people to understand. So as you can see, you've got illness on one side, wellness on the other, and you reach a wellness lifestyle through awareness, education, and growth. So he was the one that really made wellness accessible. And he put these into what he called his wellness wheel. And you can see the wellness wheel on the left. That was his original wellness wheel. This has changed. Over the last few decades, this has become far more complex, particularly, as I said, after the pandemic. So what I would like to do for the remaining part of my presentation is just go through this wellness wheel and talk about how all the different aspects have changed. Okay. So the first one we have is emotional wellness. This is interesting. I'm writing a book about this at the moment, and one of the things I'm arguing is that actually emotional wellness shouldn't actually be in the wellness wheel. Why not? Emotions are a chemical reaction as to what is happening in all the other dimensions, in all the areas of our life. They're like the dashboard on your car. So all emotions are a reaction. So I argue that really it shouldn't be a definition in its own right. So this is very interesting. This is from my book, The Spa Manager's Essential Guide. We feel our emotions generally here in our body. And the self-help movements say that you can control your emotions through the power of your thoughts. That's very simplistic. Our emotions are also affected by our environment and by our relationships and where we work. And we can also change our emotions very, very quickly. And we can do that through the habits that you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. Smoking, having a drink. But unfortunately, these habits on the left-hand side of the screen, although they change our emotions instantly, can cause us harm in the long term. So one of the challenges we have with our emotional wellness is to really focus on those behaviors and aspects of wellness that bring us not immediate emotional change, but long-term happiness. For example, going to the fitness, you don't get immediate emotional change. That comes over a period of time. So the challenge in this digital age is minimizing or being aware of those behaviors, which in moderation are probably okay, but not letting them take over our lives. Mental wellness. I argue that mental wellness shouldn't be outside the wellness circle. It should be right in the middle. Why? Because at some point, we will lose our physical health. We'll probably lose some of our relationships. We'll definitely, probably in our lifetime, lose a workplace. So we need to have good mental wellness to be resilient enough to cope with these changes. And actually, the most important things we can do for our brain health, apart from meditation and awareness and mindfulness, according to the science, is actually cardio exercise. Cardio exercise is the best thing you can do for your brain. Spiritual wellness. People that have spirituality in their lives, according to all the academic studies, live longer and are much happier. They live longer and they're happier. And what is interesting, the number of religious people in the world is increasing. But that's only because of population growth. There are more and more people defining themselves as spiritual as opposed to religious. In other words, they believe in something, but they don't necessarily believe in a traditional religion. We know about the main aspects of physical wellness. We know we should exercise. But sitting in an office all day, doing nothing, and then going to the fitness and doing intense workouts 3 times a week is actually not particularly good for us. We know that certain foods, if we eat too much of them, may cause cancer, too much red meat, too much processed meat. Veganism is a huge trend at the moment, not just because of health reasons, but also because of the environment as well. But there's one aspect of physical health that they say now is the most important, and it's this. It's sleep. Of all the physical wellness components, sleep and rest is the most important aspect, they say. We need 7 to 9 hours sleep a night. If we don't get regular and good quality sleep, we're more at risk of stroke, heart disease, and Alzheimer's. And the World Health Organization, they've now classified night shift working as a carcinogen. That means if you work night shifts, you're more likely to get cancer. So of all the physical dimensions, sleep apparently is the most important. We know about the environment. We know that we have a sick environment. We know that one of the reasons the pandemic happened was because we didn't look after our environment. But I want to talk about the environment from a micro-environmental perspective. Just look at the house at the top of the picture. Much easier to live a wellness lifestyle in that house than the apartment at the bottom of the picture. It doesn't matter how much meditation you do and how many massages you go to. If you're living in an apartment at the bottom, very difficult to have a wellness lifestyle. But you can also be living in the house at the top and have a life of hell. If you can't manage your relationships, if you can't manage your health, if you can't manage your finances. So our micro environmental wellness is really important. Not just the physical, but the non-physical environment that we're in as well. Social wellness, this is really, really interesting. Like spiritual wellness, social contact is essential to our health, and it also influences the length of our life as well. But it's not necessarily the depth of the social contact. Even short, superficial, but regular interactions are good for us as well. And this has been thrown into chaos through digital technology. And the results of how we interact digitally are not really yet known. And very interesting, there's one thing that has changed human behavior globally more than anything else in the history of our evolution. And if this was an interactive class, I would ask people what they think, and they never get the answer. One thing that has changed human behavior globally more than anything else in the whole of human history, and it's this: pornography. Our attitude to sex, how we make sexual contact, our sexual health, and what we do in our sexual activity has been influenced by pornography on the internet, globally. I'm not judging it, I'm not saying whether it's good or bad, but it's completely changed sexual behavior. 100 years ago, nobody knew what anyone else was doing in the bedroom. Now we know everything, and actually people are learning what to do from the internet. Very quickly, this is a really important and interesting exercise or description. If we don't have successful social relationships, this can bring us immense pain into our lives. And most people don't know how to manage their relationships. So we have different circles. I call these boundaries, if I can get the clicker to work. Yeah, it's slowly coming up. Here we go. It's important that we manage our relationships. So we should have a circle for work colleagues, a circle for friends, closer friends, intimate partner. The problem is when we are not conscious of these boundaries, where we don't keep these boundaries clear. And we also might have people in our inner circles that cause us pain. For instance, I've got a very good friend, but they are quite dramatic and they occasionally cause a lot of problems. So what you can do is this. You can have people in your close circle, but you can also put them in another box where you are always slightly cautious of how you handle them. So this is just one exercise, but how we manage our relationships is absolutely key to our happiness and our overall wellness. So is this. I hate to tell the students here, and actually half the people in the room here, but there's not going to be enough money for your retirement when you get older. I put the Dalai Lama up there, and he's not the only spiritual leader, but he says in order to be happy, you need to have your basic material needs met. You need to have a certain amount of money coming in to be able to support yourself. So learning how to manage our finances is also key in terms of wellness. And it's actually very simple. You basically need to have more money coming in than the money that's going out. But even the most intelligent people sometimes don't realize this. Okay. All right. This is also really important. My father worked in a job. I think he changed his job once, actually. So he had 2 jobs in his entire career, then he changed his job. I've changed my career 5 times. Actor, fitness instructor, manager, teacher, and now I paint pictures. Losing your job is one of the most stressful life events that you can encounter. They say it's as stressful as a death. The next generation are even going to have to change their jobs and their careers more times. In fact, I was talking to a friend and they were saying there isn't going to be secure jobs. They're more likely to be projects where you jump from one project to the next project. So in order to cope with that, you will need resilience, you'll need flexibility. There's also the culture that we work in. When they talk about workplace wellness, they generally talk about the building, making the building green, making the building have a beautiful design. The building doesn't matter if the work culture in there is toxic. If there's bad energy in the workplace, it doesn't matter how beautiful the building is in. So part of workplace wellness in the future is about the culture that is built in the workplace. And information technology is also disrupting this. The balance between work time and leisure time is now confused. And I think actually it's Portugal who have brought in laws to try and clarify this. They are the first country, as I know. And we have this. This is very interesting. The hocus pocus. The strange diets. People treating wellness like a religion. I used to work in a fitness club and the men would come in and spend hours lifting weights. And I used to say to them, don't come to the gym, go read a book, do something for up here. Anorexia, crazy diets. There was the conspiracy theory that Bill Gates was using the vaccine to put chips in people's arm. Politicians cutting up babies and eating them in pizza restaurants in America. This didn't come from gossip in bars. This came from yoga, middle-class, educated wellness centers in America and in Australia. So we need to be really careful. There's a lot of hocus pocus out there, and I'm very pragmatic. I like wellness to have evidence behind it, and I think this is something that Natasha was mentioning as well. So beware of this. We call it wellness fascism, or the dark side of wellness. So, I'm just promoting myself again. These are some of my paintings. So I'm trying to move from teacher now to artist. But I put a quote up there. If you want to contact me, please do so through LinkedIn. My Facebook tends to be a private space. I've also got my website and my art website there. But before I finish, I would just like to summarize. Wellness is complex, far more complex than it ever was. It's not a religion. It's a support mechanism so that we can live a happy and healthy life. Mental wellness is absolutely essential to our health. Mindfulness, living in the moment, sleep, cardio exercise. These are tools we can use to strengthen our mental wellness. And then be careful of the hocus pocus. There's a lot of it out there. Therapies, diets, and so forth. Look for the evidence in the wellness industry. I think I'm rounding up now, so thank you very much. If anyone's got any questions. It was a lot of information in one half an hour or 20-minute speech, but I hope it was interesting for you. Any questions?
Do you have any questions? Or do we have them on Zoom platform? Or
I'll get my headphones.
Okay.
If there are. Anyone on Zoom? I can't see anyone on Zoom.
Yes.
It's like a cloud out.
it seems that wellness is too complex.
Any of the students want to ask any questions? Okay, I've spoken too much then.
Okay, I would like to ask you something about living in present moment. It's also a very popular concept.
It is, and it comes from, it's basically a Buddhist concept, but there's a writer called Eckhart Tolle. He's very famous. He wrote The Power of Now. And if you want to know more about that, I would recommend reading the book, because he explains it far more professionally than me. He's the expert in the now.
But many people say like it's very difficult to live in the present moment because they are connected with the past most of time, and they are worried about the future. How to be present?
I can tell you, I never understood it. And I read the book and I was going to myself, I need to live in the present moment. I need to live in the present moment. It wasn't working. And then I read Oprah Winfrey's book.
Okay.
And she says, it's very simple. Whatever you are doing in this exact moment, do it the best you can. So if you're listening to a lecture, give it 100%. If you're gossiping with your girlfriend or boyfriend, gossip 100%. So put whatever you are doing in that moment, be in it, and put your whole heart into it. And I think that's explained beautifully.
Yes,
Yeah.
just to focus.
To focus and also put your heart into that moment. Yeah. And there are lots of arguments about the future. Some scientists say that the past and future are actually illusions. They don't exist at all.
Yes.
But then you can start really messing up your mind if you think about that too much.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay. That's enough?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
If you have some questions later on, you could write it down. You could write directly to Mike or to us, so he will answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. The first session is on mental health and prevention. Speakers in the first session are Dr. Irena Đorđević, Clinic Dr. Laza Lazarević, Belgrade, Ms. Janka Zalešakova, Vice President of the European Spas Association, Mr. Thierry Dubois, President of the European Spas Association. Moderator is Ms. Ranitović.
Yes, it's a session about mental health. We heard Mike and his presentation, and I think it's like an excellent introduction to the topic. Sada bih nastavila na srpskom zbog doktorke Irene Đorđević. Znači, naš prvi govornik u ovoj sesiji je doktorka Irena Đorđević. Ona je specijalista psihijatrije. Zaposlena je na klinici za psihijatrijske bolesti dr. Laza Lazarević u Beogradu i sertifikovani je psihoterapeut iz oblasti transakcione analize i gostujući predavač na edukaciji iz transakcione analize u TA centru u Beogradu. Već 2 godine smo u doba pandemije i naši životi su se drastično promenili, naš način života se promenio. Ovde govorimo o zdravim ljudima i svi osjećamo posledice tog produženog stresa, da možda bi to mogli nazvati posttraumatskim stresom, zbog svega što smo doživeli, zbog straha, zbog neizvesnosti. Samo da pomenem neka negativna osjećanja, znači briga, usamljenost, a osim toga smo bili fizički neaktivni. Dakle, kako sačuvati mentalno zdravlje u doba pandemije, o tome će nam reći vaša prezentacija. Izvolite. Možete ovde.
Samo da uzmem za slajdove, za promenu slajdova, je li to?
I stole it.
Dobar dan i hvala na pozivu. Veliko mi je zadovoljstvo što sam danas ovde i što sam u prilici da govorim o jednoj ovako važnoj temi, a to je zaštita mentalnog zdravlja u doba pandemije. Samo da krenem, je li ovde? Ovako to, je? Aha.
You have to point it this way.
Okay.
If you'd,
Hvala. Aha, dobro. Ok, hvala. Dakle, malo pre smo čuli jedno divno predavanje koje između ostalog spominjene su i emocije. I upravo tako, emocije su uglavnom reakcija, naravno, na ono što nas okružuje. I ono što je jako važno, to je da svaka emocija ima tačno svoju funkciju. Kada je u pitanju doba krize, kao što je sada, u doba pandemije, pre svega ono što se nekako prvo navede jeste ta emocija straha. Strah od toga da ćemo se zaraziti, strah od toga da ćemo umreti, ukoliko bismo se zarazili, strah da ne zarazimo bližnje, koji je bio vrlo, vrlo izražen u ovom periodu od početka pandemije. I naravno, to strah zapravo predstavlja jedan pokretač. Pokretač, kada god imamo krizu, zapravo kriza nam služi da negde unapredimo sopstvene kapacitete, da se adaptiramo, da postanemo savršenija verzija praktično sebe i da se prilagodimo na te novonastale okolnosti. Prilikom ove krize, naravno, ono što je bilo posebno izazovno jeste adaptirati se na izolaciju, na ekonomsku neizvesnost, na rad od kuće koje je često podrazumevao, naravno, paralelno rad i čuvanje dece, često i gubitak posla, naravno. Ono što je bilo ključno nekako u čitavom ovom periodu jeste da se obezbedi taj doživljaj predvidljivosti. Kao i kod dece i kod nas odraslih, negde ta predvidljivost u stvari nudi jedan doživljaj bezbednosti, zapravo sigurnosti. I svi mi imamo visok kapacitet za adaptaciju. Zato je bilo jako važno, naravno, angažovati te kapacitete, prilagoditi se u maksimalnoj mogućoj meri u skladu opet sa onim koliko nam je to dostupno. Međutim, postavlja se pitanje šta se dešava onda kada se iscrpe ti kapaciteti za adaptaciju? A činjenica da je sve ovo izuzetno dugo trajalo i da, naravno, traje i dalje, a da je pritom sve vreme neizvesno koliko će zapravo trajati, dodatno je, naravno, iscrpljivalo te kapacitete za adaptaciju. I onda se postavlja pitanje šta se dešava sa onim ljudima čiji su kapaciteti za adaptaciju negde iscrpljeni. Ono što negde statistika, ona koja je sada dostupna, kaže, recimo u Nemačkoj su procenjili da je čak 40% povećana potreba za psihoterapijom u protekle 2 godine. Posebno su deca ugrožena. UNICEF upozorava u tom smislu zato što pre svega se negde narušila njihova rutina. To je ono što je prvi problem. Oni nisu pohađali nastavu, nisu se družili, manje su se bavili fizičkim aktivnostima i naravno sve češće oni kažu da se osjećaju ljuto, da se osjećaju bezvoljno, sve intenzivnije su još kod njih, naravno posebno u adolescenciji, različiti poremećaji. Ono što je ključno u ovom periodu krize i uopšte u bilo kojoj krizi jeste uspostaviti neke nove rutine. Te rutine nam u stvari obezbeđuju taj doživljaj predvidljivosti, odnosno sigurnosti. Porodica je takođe posebno u krizi. Ono što se uočava jeste porast porodičnog nasilja, takođe povećan broj zahteva za razvod braka. Sad, ono što se postavlja kao pitanje šta se dešava sa ljudima koji su iscrpili sopstvene kapacitete za adaptaciju. Tu možemo da kažemo da posebno su osetljive grupe ljudi koji su skloni anksioznim poremećajima i sa stresom povezanim poremećajima. Pa sad tu imamo panični poremećaj, agorafobiju. Zapravo, kod agorafobije se često dešava da su ljudi imali panični poremećaj, onda počeli da izbegavaju mesta gde bi potencijalno moglo da im se dogodi ponovo ponovo panični poremećaj, pa onda se dešava da imaju problem da izađu iz kuće ili da imaju problem da ostanu u kući bez pratioca. Imamo sve češće generalizovani anksiozni poremećaj. To je bilo ono strašljivo iščekivanje, stalno iščekivanje nekih neprijatnih vesti, kao da smo stalno upitani ono šta ako se ovo desi, šta ako se ono dogodi i tako dalje. Takođe, česte su somatizacioni poremećaji, pa onda se dešava da ljudi zapravo ispituju brojne poremećaje koje bi potencijalno mogli imati, praktično ispitaju sve moguće sisteme organa, da bi na kraju u stvari utvrdili da je to psihogenog porekla. Takođe, specifične fobije, sa stresom povezani poremećaji i naravno i neko može da reaguje i psihotičnom dekompenzacijom, zapravo to bi bilo jedno otuđenje od realiteta. Ovo govorimo o ljudima koji imaju predispoziciju da u situacijama kada im se dogodi neki veliki stres, kada su u periodu intenzivne krize, u stvari dođe do nekog dodatnog intenzivnijeg poremećaja. U ovom periodu prethodnom, ono što smo posebno imali priliku da vidimo jeste negde naglašavale su se kod ljudi te prisilne misli o tome da mogu da zaraze svoje bližnje i brojni rituali koji su oni sprovodili da se do toga ne dođe, a onda se dešavalo da su u stvari sebe izolovali i više nego što je to bilo nužno i da su značajno sebi uskratili i socijalne kontakte i što ih je opet uvelo u neko stanje dodatne depresivnosti. Postavlja se pitanje da li je u stvari ovo doba pandemije ujedno i doba, odnosno pandemije korone, ujedno i doba pandemije depresije. Ja ću samo kratko predstaviti sada šta to podrazumeva blaga depresija, klinička slika blage depresije i verujem da ćemo ovde svi da se prepoznamo, da smo u nekom trenutku sigurno imali ovu kliničku sliku, ako ne i sada. Ono što je sporno kod blage depresije jeste to što je čovek u stvari funkcionalan, on završava posao i zbog toga blaga depresija ostaje neprepoznata. Međutim, naravno, to što ostaje neprepoznata, to podrazumeva da ljudi ne traže pomoć, da ne štite sebe adekvatno i samim tim dolazi do komplikacija nakon toga. U kliničkoj slici blage depresije, ono što ćemo prvo da primetimo jeste jedan pad koncentracije, pad volje, sve manje uživanja, sve manje toga što nam nekako donosi uživanje, san koji nije okrepljujuć i naravno onda dolazi i do jednog pada raspoloženja, pa kažemo depresivan sam nešto sam neraspoložen danima, nije mi ni do čega, sve mi je sve jedno prilično. I kao što rekoh, ono što je osnovni problem kod blage depresije jeste što ostaje neprepoznato, ljudi jednostavno nastavljaju dalje da funkcionišu i obavljaju svoje poslove, ali negde ne zadovoljavaju ono što je nekako potreba njihove duše i ne traže adekvatnu pomoć za sebe. Zato je važno da se na vreme primete simptomi, da se zaštitimo, da zatražimo pomoć, da učinimo nešto dobro za sebe. Kada su u pitanju ljudi koji već imaju određeni problem, ja prosto moram da napomenem ovo i važno je da je klinika Laza Lazarević u saradnji sa Ministarstvom zdravlja Republike Srbije osnovala prvu nacionalnu liniju za prevenciju i pomoć ljudima koji imaju više vrsta problema, pa tako u opciji 1 imamo, to je nacionalna linija za prevenciju suicida, za sve ljude koji imaju suicidne ideje, namere, oni mogu vrlo jednostavno da pozovu ovu liniju i da tamo prosto imaju podršku ljudi koji su obučeni za to, ljudi koji su stručnjaci. Uskoro će biti dostupna čak i aplikacija, tako će biti to moguće jedno brzo biranje preko mobilnog telefona. Takođe u opciji 2 imamo pomoć uopšte ljudima u toku pandemije, znači za sve ovo što sam prethodno navela kada se pojave strahovi, bilo kakvi psihički simptomi u toku pandemije, to bi bila ova opcija. Takođe imamo opciju 3, to je za pomoć adolescentima i opciju 4 za pomoć ženama u peripartalnom periodu. Sad se postavlja pitanje šta je to što mi svi možemo da uradimo za sebe, nekako sada da govorimo onako o svima nama. Ono što bi bilo izuzetno važno u doba pandemije, prvo jeste ograničiti priliv informacija. Mislim da je to nekako prvo što je potrebno uraditi, tačno selektovati izvore informacija koji su nam adekvatni i na takav način sebe zaštititi stalnog bombardovanje raznim informacijama koje su po pravilu neprijatne i tog stalnog iščekivanja nečeg još neprijatnijeg. Važno je uspostaviti nove rutine. To nam zapravo daje taj doživljaj negde predvidljivosti, a to u stvari znači sigurnost. Naravno, izuzetno je važno da se okružimo ljudima, da komuniciramo, da negujemo bliskost na neki sebi svojstven način i opet bez obzira što nam možda neki načini okupljanja nisu dostupni kao ranije. Važno je naučiti da budemo u sadašnjem trenutku. I to je ono što je priča koja je malo pre pokrenuta i meni izuzetno drago. Mislim da je to jako važno. Zašto je važno da budemo u sadašnjem trenutku? Važno je baš zbog toga što neke emocije koje imamo nisu adekvatne ukoliko su u prošlosti ili ukoliko su vezane za budućnost, ali su sasvim adekvatne ukoliko su u sadašnjosti i one označavaju nešto i one nas pokreću na neku promenu. To je ono što je jako dobro. Kako da budemo u sadašnjem trenutku? Kako da sebi pomognemo da više budemo u sadašnjem trenutku? Pa to je svakako prvo fizičkom aktivnošću. Naravno, bilo bi važno da naučimo neke tehnike opuštanja, ono što je ono što mu je nekako, ono što je nekada njemu svojstveno, ono što je njemu prihvatljivo, ono što mu prija. Izuzetno je važno, naravno, da imamo mogućnost da se ponekad izmestimo iz svog uobičajenog okruženja u neko okruženje koje nam omogućava da imamo mir, spokoj, da budemo u kontaktu sa sobom i da nekako što više budemo u sadašnjem trenutku. Onda zapravo nastupa ova današnja divna priča o Velnesu, o Velnes industriji, uopšte o svim programima koje ćete verovatno tek predstavljati. Hvala najlepše.
Hvala, Irena. Thank you. If you have any questions for Irena, I ask you to prepare them for the end of the session. Na kraju, Irena.
Okay.
Yes. Our next speaker, and actually keynote speaker, is Janka Zalešakova, President of the Slovak Spa Association and Vice President of the European Spa Association.
Hello.
Hello, Janka. Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy. Good morning. Hello.
Hello, Janka. Welcome.
Hello. Do you hear me, please? Hello.
Yes, we hear you. Do you hear us?
Yes, everything is okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I am really very happy to be with you in this session, mental health, because mental health is more and more important problem of modern humans. I will talk with you about, next slide please, I will talk with you about the burnout syndrome. And this term is relatively new. In the year 1974 was used by Herbert Freudenberger in his monography, Burnout, the High Cost of High Achievement. It is very well turned. One sentence from this book: if you feel exhausted, start to hate your job, and begin to feel less capable at work, you are showing signs of burnout. The stress that contributes the burnout can come not only from your job, but stress from your own lifestyle, and your communication can add to this stress. And also we are very different, we have very different personality, but some of us are perfectionists, some of us pessimists, can contribute as well. In international classification of disease has now burnout syndrome code, special code Z73.0. Next slide, please. Of course, we know about risk factors of burnout. The main risk factors I have in this slide, it is, of course, time pressure, because we know that many people nowadays have not one job, but maybe 2, 3 jobs. And then, of course, they are under time pressure. Then there is also lack of communication, not only in your work space, but also in your private life. Then in workplace, lack of clarity of your duties, unfair treatment between colleagues and managers. This everything is a stress factor and are risk factors of your burnout. Next slide, please. When we start talking about risk profession, which are more in risk of burnout, it was before focused for managers and teachers. But nowadays, in era of pandemic, it is more and more the main problem of health workers, medical doctors, nurses, and others. And of course, the professions which are linked with lifeguards. Next slide, please. Main symptoms, you see it here, it is good known, but all these symptoms which are linked with mental health can also be, can lead also for somatic health problems. It is also very necessary to know. Next slide, please. And what is the place of medical spas or wellness spas with medical background? What are benefits of spa resorts? All our spas in Europe are linked with therapeutical methods of medical specialization, physiatry, and rehabilitation medicine, and of course, balneology and balneotherapy is included in this. We have in one place a team of health professionals, medical doctors, specialists, psychologists, psychotherapists, sport trainers, nutritherapists, ergotherapists, masseur, etc., etc. They are in one team in spa. What is very important for our clients, patients, that they have the possibility to change of environment. They must come not ambulatory, not for 1 to 3 days, but if the prevention therapy will be effective, they must stay 10 days, 2 weeks. It depends on the problems. We offer stress management through the psychotherapy, then through the autogens training, yoga. And I want to stress also the order therapy. If we come back to Kneipp's concept of holistic therapy, the order therapy is very important part. It means to have order between stress, duties, and relaxing time to this. All maximalisms or in duties or too much relax to lack of social contacts, the boss are the problem. Then we offer physical activities, not only fitness rooms, but we offer physical activities that can make fun to our clients. We include sleep management, healthy eating. It is a standard in each spa in Europe. And what is very important nowadays is education, not only in the healthy lifestyle, but also in education in psychohygiene. What is added value? Friendly social life in spa places and high quality of nature environment, which is human-friendly location. Next slide, please. I can assume in the end of my short presentation that burnout syndrome, which is a consequence of the modern lifestyle, will be in nearly future a serious problem, and not only for healthcare system. Preventive and therapeutical programs in medical spas can already be the most effective tool to mitigate negative impact of burnout syndrome to whole society. And what I can say that mostly spas in Europe are prepared to offer this program, or as a preventive program, or as a really therapeutical program in our spas. We start now to put this burnout syndrome to the list of diagnoses, and now we are working on idea to be supported by insurance companies in Slovakia, as it is made by our preventive program, obesity and School of Spine. Next slide, please. You have here in this slide some sources and professional literature to this topic. And my last slide, please. I want to say you good luck, stay healthy. Thank you for your attention, and please, all of you, remember also for order in your own life. Bye.
Thank you, Janka. Thank you for your time, because I know that your schedule is very busy today, and thank you very much. Could I ask you a question?
Yes.
We started at the beginning talking about wellness as self-care and means of self-care. So when we talk about mental health and burnout syndrome as well, could you give us some advice? How do we care about self just to prevent burnout syndrome?
Yes, of course. When you are in the stage that you have the signs of burnout syndrome, very often it is impossible for you to do it yourself to prevent. Then you must contact somebody who can help you, because you must prepare a list of your duties, and you must look, and it is necessary for me, this. And I want to say that also I must sometimes sit down and look for all my duties and say, no, it is not necessary. This one is not necessary, because I think that I am personally a professionalist, and I need to make a good job and to have results. And then it is impossible to have too much duties in your life. And you must also think also for your relatives, to be also free for them. It is also very important. But sometimes you need help, and medical spas and our professionals in medical spas can help. Come to the spa maybe for 1 week with this problem, and I am sure that after 1 week you make
Pukla vez. We had some technical problems, but yes, we understood well what they were telling us. It's a matter of priorities, of course, in our lives, to make priorities, not overburden ourselves, to be overwhelmed, and of course to ask for help if we need it. And of course, that the thermal spas are offering us everything we needed actually for that, for healing and to recovering. Am I right?
Yes, you are right.
Thank you very much, Janka. Thank you for your presentation. We'll see you later.
And see you in the afternoon.
Yes, see you in the afternoon. Our next speaker will be the president of the European Spas Association, Mr. Thierry Dubois, and his team, his brother Olivier. They will share with us the long tradition and experience at Thermes Surgeon in France, which is specialized for mental health spa treatments and updates in the post-corona era. We'll watch a pre-recorded presentation due to health challenges they have there, and we have actually everywhere at the moment. Could we watch the presentation?
Natasha, dear attendees, dear members of ESPA, as president of ESPA, European Spa Association, but also of FNET, French Spa Association, I am pleased to present the treatment carried out in balneotherapy for psychological disorders in France. As you know, we have in our country a very medicalized approach in our cures for the following reasons. First, the duration of the cure is 3 weeks, which allows the medical team to carry out a treatment adapted to the different pathologies treated. Second, the cost of the treatment is covered by the National Health Insurance Fund in exchange for good quality medical care. The patients are followed up with 3 consultations during the cure. There are 5 spa towns in France specialized in medical health problems. Sojon is currently the leader in this field and treats these medical problems exclusively with the help of psychiatrists who are highly experienced in these pathologies. It is a company that has been in our family for over 160 years. After 39 years at the helm, I am now the chairman of the supervisory board, and Dr. Olivier Dubois, my brother and a psychiatrist, is the CEO. He has carried out several studies published in international scientific journals, and I give him the floor so that he can explain to you the treatment carried out at Sojon for the patients who come for various psychological pathologies. Olivier, the floor is yours.
Hello, I thank the organizers of ESPA for their invitation. While there is ample evidence that COVID-19 has broad consequences on mental health, with, according to numerous surveys, a rate of chronic anxiety and depression that has almost doubled, even tripled, among youth between the ages of 18 and 25, and a rate of suicidal acts in the emergency services, which has increased by 30% for adults and by 50% for young people in France. The question of the management of these disorders can indeed find a large answer in certain spa resorts specialized in mental health and psychiatry. Among these chronic pathological reactions, most of them consist of anxiety disorders, depression reaction, or post-traumatic syndromes. We regularly encounter long COVID, which appear to be in reality chronic anxiety states with often a reactive depression scale. By way of introduction, I would like to make two remarks. The first is that the first-line doctors, as well as the doctor specialist, if they know well the ambulatory medicine, drugs and psychotherapy, and the hospitalization, know only very little the spa resort medicine as practiced in France with 3 weeks of balneotherapy and medicalization taken in charge by the health insurance in France. The second one is that this complementary medicine finds indisputable indication in mental health, notably in this interminable crisis of the COVID. We missed recent data on the effect of balneotherapy in spa resort on anxiety disorder to COVID, but we have data on the effectiveness of the 3-week spa resort on pathologies related to mental health. This is what I will try to present them here. Stop Study has been published in 2010. This study on 247 patients with generalized anxiety disorder living near one of the 4 French centers specialized in mental health. These patients were randomly selected either in the paroxetine group during 8 weeks reference treatment for generalized anxiety disorder in the world, or in the immediate French spa treatment during 3 weeks. The main time of evaluation was at 8 weeks, then the 2 groups crossed their treatment. After 2 months of treatment, a clearly significant difference was observed for patients in the balneotherapy group versus those in the paroxetine group. 44% difference in favor of the balneotherapy group was obtained. We note that the therapeutic effect was significantly reinforced between the end of week 4 and the end of week 8, as can we see in the figure below. In red, the evolution with balneotherapy, and in yellow, the evolution with paroxetine. If we take into account the patient considered as cured, less than 7 points in the HANA scale, we can see that in the group balneotherapy, nearly 25% are cured, whereas only 7% were cured in the paroxetine group. This is probably the most spectacular information, the number of patients cured at 2 months. Patients improved by at least 30% at 2 months in the balneotherapy group were followed for 6 months. The information is based by the fact that 30% of patients were lost to follow-up. However, for 70% of patients, the overall improvement at 6 months is still 49% for responders. This study was published in the US review Complementary therapies in medicine. One part of top-tier study looked at the effect of balneotherapy on depression. Of the 237 patients followed, 57 had an associated depressive state, 26 in the treatment group by balneotherapy and 31 in the paroxetine group. The improvement of the depressive state in the balneotherapy group was significant at 8 weeks comparatively at paroxetine group. Now we constate the effect of balneotherapy on fibromyalgia. Everyone knows the strong correlation between fibromyalgia and anxiety and depressive disorders or sleep disorders. Several international studies on psychosomatic disorders have shown on secondary criteria the effectiveness of balneotherapy in the psychological symptoms of fibromyalgia. In particular, the Italian study realized by Balometti, which showed a significant reduction in depressive symptoms in the group treated with balneotherapy on 100 patients. This meta-analysis confirmed this result. Now we present a study was carried out in 213 patients to obtain the cessation of the consumption of anxiolytic and hypnotics in patients who were chronic consumers more than 6 months and motivated to stop using these drugs. 70 patients were recruited. Benzodiazepine cessation was considered as the cessation obtained before the end of the 3rd month and maintained at the end of the 6th month. %41% of patients who followed the 6-month protocol completely stopped their drug use at 3 months, confirmed at 6 months. This is a very good result for this experience. In total, the equivalent of 75% of the initial consumption was reduced at 6 months. We can see that the reduction was more spectacular for anxiolytics, nearly 80%, than for hypnotics, only 68%. Clinical evaluation of the 70 patients was provided for 6 months around 2 scales: HID, Hospital Anxiety and Depressive Scale, and Beck Depression Scale. The 41% of the patients who had completely stopped their benzodiazepine were compared with the 58% who had only reduced them. There were 2 interesting findings. The first is the stop benzodiazepine group was initially significantly more anxious and depressed than other group. The second one is that the stop benzodiazepine group at 6 months, despite the fact that they had stopped their treatment, became significantly more improved clinically as well on the criteria of anxiety and the criteria of depression. Thus, this study demonstrates several elements: the capacity of the SPA therapy and the SPECT protocol to allow the cessation of chronically prescribed benzodiazepine even when the anxiety depressive state is important, and secondary, the fact that the cessation of consumption is accompanied by a spectacular clinical improvement. This study was published in an international review, Evidence-Based Complementary and Alternative Medicine. In conclusion, the balneotherapy used in spa resort in mental health are essentially indicated in depression, in anxiety disorder, and all the collateral pathology. Burnout, benzodiazepine withdrawal, avoiding depression, depressive decompensation. Therapeutic model of balneotherapy in spa resort is specified because there is an institutional model during 3 weeks with competent and dedicated staff, intermediate between outpatient and inpatient with hospitalization, and interest in practicing cognitive and behavioral therapy, other therapies, and psychoeducation in addition to balneotherapy treatment. In the end, the objectives of balneotherapy in spa resort are multiples: prevention, knowledge, care, with the help of institutional therapy, medicalized therapy, biological therapy, social therapy, psychological therapy, and environmental therapy. I thank you very much for your attention. Goodbye.
I think it's very, very useful presentation that we found out more about proofs, about actual evidences of effectiveness of the thermal spa cure, and it's really good to know, and it's a really good example for other spas which could actually implement some programs combining with the thermal spa based on these evidences. And there is, just to underline some facts, there are significant positive effects of 3 weeks balneotherapy treatments. Yes, we need research-based evidences on effectiveness of balneotherapy. Clinical studies in France proved that spa treatments are effective in the reduction of anxiety, depression, sleep disorder, and burnout syndromes, and reduction of medication. What is needed for effective treatments of mental disorders? Integrative approach, prevention, education, medication, spa treatments, social, psychological treatments, so on. So it's a really good example, and we heard another one, a good example from Slovakia. So at the end of this session, I would like to thank you to all of speakers, and I think that we cover at the beginning of the forum, we cover mental health, mental wellness challenges we are facing in pandemic, prevention, how to prevent what we could do for ourselves, and if we need help, then to be aware of that, to try to and to reach specialists. It's something which is normal during pandemic and after pandemic as well. At the end, I would like to ask you, Irena, izvinjavam se. Kad govorimo o mentalnom zdravlju, Jako je važno ono što možemo i za sebe da uradimo u svakodnevnom životu pre nego što se vama obratimo za pomoć. U osnovi tog pristupa brige o sebi je i koncept ljubavi za sebe. Ukoliko nemamo ljubavi za sebe, bar u onoj meri ukoliko imamo za naše drage i ljude koje volimo, jer za njih smo puni razumevanja i nikad ih ne kritikujemo, za razliku od nas samih. Ukoliko te ljubavi za sebe nemamo, to je taj poznati koncept self-love koji se različito tumači, nekada se tumači kao sebičnost. Da li možete malo to da prokomentarišete i da nam približite taj koncept, da prosto nemamo možda nepotreban otpor prema tom nečemu, znači prema tom konceptu koji nam zapravo može biti koristan u našem svakodnevnom životu, da ne dođemo do toga da iskoristimo onaj kapacitet, kako ste vi rekli, za prilagođavanje.
Tako je, upravo tako. Taj koncept možda nije nužno da ga tako zovemo, ali je svakako ono što je u osnovi nešto što je važno, a to jeste zapravo voleti i negovati sebe. Zašto bi to bilo važno? Prvo, ako posmatramo uopšte kako se razvija ličnost, onda možemo prvo da krenemo od toga da u stvari mi negde ideju o sopstvenom, o nekom scenariju sopstvenog života dobijamo na uzrastu kada smo vrlo mali, u suštini da negde se ličnost formira u prvih nekoliko godina života, kada mi još uvek nemamo ni dovoljno bogat rečnika, ni moć apstraktnog mišljenja da bismo mogli da razumemo stvari koje nas okružuju i uopšte pojave koje nas okružuju i poruke koje dobijamo od roditelja i od nama važnih drugih ljudi. U tom periodu mi u stvari zaključujemo mi u stvari tada donosimo odluke kako ćemo se nadalje ophoditi prema sebi. Često to bude surovo i mi često još od tada krenemo sa idejom da nismo dovoljno vredni i važni sami po sebi i postanemo u stvari surovi prema sebi. Često sa takvim konceptom, kada idemo kroz život, imamo imperative da bismo onda bili dovoljni, jer onda moramo raditi sve savršeno ili moramo stalno ugađati drugima. To su sad razni imperativi, moramo biti jaki, ne smemo pokazivati emocije i sve tako dalje. To su razni imperativi koji nas kasnije vode kroz život i negde nam zapravo dok ih ispunjavamo, mi se u stvari osjećamo da ipak jesmo vredni i važni. Međutim, to iscrpljuje naše resurse izuzetno i mi u stvari ne možemo ni biti adekvatni prema drugima ukoliko u nekom momentu ne shvatimo i ne počnemo da radimo na tome da zapravo prvo prihvatimo i zavolimo sebe onakvi kakvi jesmo. Jer i kada smo tako prema sebi kritikujući, ne možemo biti realni ni adekvatni ni za druge ljude i u krajnjoj liniji ne možemo biti u tom sadašnjem trenutku u kom toliko pričamo, a u stvari to jeste ključno. Zašto sadašnji trenutak? Zašto nam je to uopšte toliko važno? Često postupamo zato što smo navikli da tako postupamo. Oduvek sam tako reagovao, kažu ljudi, pa sad je valjda opravdano da i sada ponovo tako reagujem, a zapravo je nekako lični razvoj ono što treba da se umeđu vremenu dešava i da mi zapravo autentično reagujemo u skladu sa sadašnjom situacijom, a ne da reagujemo burno, recimo u kontaktu sa nekim novim, zato što su nas do sada ljudi, kako mi kažemo, povređivali. Zapravo nisu nas ljudi povređivali, nego ideje o tome, naši doživljaj tog odnosa, to nas je povređivalo uvek, naš doživljaj, naša ideja, naše uverenje u stvari to koje može da izazove određenu emociju. I važno je takođe da kažem da su određene emocije potpuno u redu, recimo ljutnja, potpuno u redu da je osjećamo u sadašnjosti. To je emocija koja nas navodi na promenu i to je emocija koja u stvari zahteva da se mi menjamo, adaptiramo ili da tražimo promenu od drugih ljudi, ali ako je ljutnja koja se odnosi na prošlost, ona je onda neadekvatna ljutnja. Onda govorimo zapravo o tom sadašnjem trenutku i o važnosti toga.
Hvala vam. To the end, just tell me, what is your definition of meaningful life?
Okay, I'll answer that, but I would just also quickly like to talk about living in the moment. There was another thing I wanted to add about that, and that is, if you resist the moment that you are in, if you fight against it, you suffer. So it's going back to what I was saying about the Greeks and the Stoics accepting the moment that you're in. And the writer, Maya Angelou, says something very interesting. If you don't like something, change it or change how you think about it. So that's the moment. Leading a meaningful life, putting 100% into what you're doing. And concentrate in your life on those things that you love to do. And finally, it's not what you achieve. You can have all the luxury holidays, the BMW, the beautiful house, the plasma television. It's not what you achieve in life. It's who you become as a person. And when you look at the mirror at night, who you see in the mirror. And finally, the writer Maya Angelou says something very, very simple and very clear. In life, just do what is right, and not always easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The second session topic is recovery of wellness industry and best practice example. Speakers are Cosmian Ciric Nicolau, wellness manager at Terme Bucharest, Ioana Marian, president of the Romanian Spa Association, and Peja Filipovic, Wellness Academy Peja Filipovic. Moderator is Mr. Slaviša Ivanović, sales manager Planika.
Thank you. My dear colleagues from the wellness and spa industry, I would like to greet you all, and I would also like to take this opportunity to greet our participants of the second session. Our session is dedicated to the topic recovery of wellness industry, main strategic changes and best practice examples. We will also resolve some questions such as how to restart wellness in pandemic and how to rebuild the wellness industry. Before we start, we have a short movie from the Terme Bucuresti that we will watch, and after that we will start our session. Thank you. So our first keynote speaker represents one of the largest city resorts in Europe, Mr. Cosmin Nicolai. He's kinesiotherapist, aromatherapist, wellness manager of Terme Bucuresti. So if I missed something, Cosmin, please tell us something more about yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. I hope I can manage my time. I'm a very fast speaker, so I hope your translator can work as fast as I speak. I'm a very fast speaker, okay? And what you presented until now are very, very good info. And what I may add, with the burnout, now it's higher than ever because you don't have a limit between working from home and office like you had before. So right now the burnout is more accentuated than ever. So we really need to treat our mental wellness. Thank you for introducing me. It's a pleasure to be here with you. And right now I would like to start and to share my presentation. Can you please let me share my screen?
Be aware that you have some sound on your telephone, so please, if you could turn it off.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's available to share. Okay. Everybody is seeing it?
Not yet. Okay, now.
Right now, that's perfect. Okay, so the wellness after the storm for everybody was a very hard period, and it still is. And the damage that this period done on our well-being, I think is gonna resonate long term from now. I'm really sorry, you're gonna hear some phones. I'm in my office, I'm working right now, and I hope this will not interfere with my speech. So what you see here, it's what our message and what our direction was about hope and time. And I don't know if you saw the Mandalorian, the Star Wars series, because in that series they have a mantra, the Mandalorian. He always says this is the way, because he doesn't have like a moral code, and always he needs to adapt, and he's one of the few. And in the Mandalorian, in Star Wars, when he is choosing something and he's finding a way to do things, he doesn't know if his ancestors or his team does it in the same way. So he always says, this is the way, and he goes through it. So this is one of the things that we were based on it. What I'm going to present right now is not the best way. Even if you are in the best practice topic, I'm going to say that this is our way. This is how we did it. I know a lot of my Serbian colleagues did it as well in different methods, but maybe better, maybe same as us. But you have a lot of option to see how people restarted wellness, and everybody adapted their restarting to their local culture, to their guests, to their facilities. So everybody brought a different approach. So this we're gonna show you the Terme approach and how we did it. I'm not gonna talk about the whole facility. I'm just gonna talk about the wellness restart, the things that me and my team did it and how we did it. Okay, so during the pandemic time, the coronavirus threat brought a time of great stress and uncertainty. Business as usual got further away day by day, and the new reality contoured and emerged. Changes, waves, and new restriction requests to adapt our wellness program to prepare many scenarios that may or it may not anticipate the guest needs in the new reality. So everybody closed. We sit in our homes, and what I did with my team, we call it the Elysium Space Program. So we had a program, and we had meetings every week. And in these meetings, we have like a schedule. Until we meet again, all the trainers, all the therapists, all the masseurs, they're supposed to read at least 1 hour in the wellness domain about scientific research, about new trends, about books about wellness. They need to train at least 1 hour per day, and they need to do the hobby that they have at least 1 hour, and they need to speak about it. So this is what my team did in the whole period that we are closed. At least 3 hours per day, there were specific schedule that they followed. And in these meetings that we had, we talk about what we learned, what we read about, and we present it. because this was like a brainstorming to prepare for the new reality that we will arrive to. So Elysium Space Program was like you're on a spaceship in the space, and you don't know where you're gonna go, where you're gonna land. So we were trying to make a lot of scenarios, a lot of new ways to define the reality, what we thought, and talk about ideas and what our guests will need about mental wellness, about they wanting to have the old reality, they wanting to have more pampering experience, they wanting to have, I don't know, more individual experience. So we made a lot of scenarios all the time. And we started this one scenario, we adapt, and then we go to the next scenario. Then we adapt scenario, we waited to see how the pandemic move and the waves move, we develop, adapt. And when we were almost think that we are finished, and this is a good scenario, we started from the beginning because new rules were inside the wellness industry. So this is the way we trade, we practice, we learn, we read a lot, and we try to use our experience to make the most of our guests, to understand the guest needs. And we did a lot of adaptation of our programs because the old reality was so good, was one of the best things that happened. But right now we need to thrive, we need to move forward. Okay, was a bad period, it passed, let's move forward. And I'm going to show you what was the most important things that we adapt. So here you can see a picture of one of the steam bath. We have 4 steam baths, and in the steam bath we limited the capacity. We limited the capacity from 18 seats. We only had right now 14 seats. We had less people inside, but the experience was more pampering because we have more time to develop for every single guest. And also we had more simultaneously activity. Here where you can see the metal thing that was after every single guest that entered inside the sauna, he pressed it and fresh water went on the seating to clean it. Also this sauna and all the steam baths, they were closed once at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. and again at 6 p.m. for disinfection with fogger that our colleagues from cleaning went inside, and with a fogger they fill it with disinfect, then we put fresh air inside, and then we restarted. Also we like I'm going to show you, we put inside the most antiviral and antibacterial essential oils that we know, and we had scientific proof that they work and they have potent action. So we put like tea tree, lavender, chamomile, all the steam bath, they were full with full potent essential oils. The scrubs and the activity that the guests did was a do-it-yourself. We just go inside, we provide them with salt or with sugar, with essential oils, and at the end of the session also we provide them a clay mask. Everything was included in the price. They don't need to pay nothing extra. They just need to pay the entrance fee and then to follow the schedule. And if one sauna was full, the guests can go to, in like half an hour, to another steam bath. So everybody was very pleased because there were like many activities, and if they don't feel comfortable with 4 or 5 people, they can wait until the next session when it can be like 2 or just 3 person inside. Totally, we had like 240, 238 person in a day that did such a activity. This one was with the dry sauna. Also, what I forgot to tell you, in the steam bath, we increased the temperature of every single steam bath with 5 degrees. So usually it's only 40 degrees, but right now after this period, all the steam bath has 45 degrees. You can limit also the time spent of the guest inside, but also you can improve the effectiveness of the sauna. In the dry sauna, we made like different scenarios of how people will sit. We limited the capacity or with more than 50%. And also we put some separation and also some things that might discomfort you to sit near to another person. The separators were like naturally made. Me and my teams, we did it with wood, with rope. So it's not like something that it's invasive, that might disturb you. We didn't want it to remove the authentic sauna experience. And we didn't want it to be like, because when you go to to a shop or to a market, all the time you see all the glasses and all the barriers and all the everything that was made for the protection, but is very strong and is very restrictive. So that's why inside the sauna, we didn't want it to be so aggressive. So all the options that we did, they were very soft and very easy for the eye to see and to feel, because that was real wood that you can touch, you can put the towel near to it and did not disturb you. It's not invasive in your sauna experience. Because in the sauna we had a lot of aufgusses. I know in Serbia some spas are also doing this. It's like aromatherapy inside the dry sauna. And after this period, we couldn't keep it anymore. So we made with another program. Our program was the fragrance experience. Basically what we did, we don't have the session where people like crowded to go. But we made some infusion to have like different experience all over the sauna. So if you would like a citrus infusion, you go to Amazon. But what is a citric infusion? Right now at 12:30, you might get some lemon, lime, and orange. But later on, you can have some eucalyptus citriodora, staigeriana, or you can have some different types of citronella java. So something citrus, grapefruit. And every single half an hour, all the time, the aromatherapy was different. So if you like a herbal experience, you can go right now in Bavaria sauna, and you have their pine and cedar. But later on, when you come back, you can have a lot of fresh mint. So the guest can move from one experience to another one until he finds a spot or a sauna that might fit his needs and is not crowded. He can go inside whenever he likes. He can go out whenever he likes, and never you have queuing or expectation to go to another program, because the program is happening simultaneously in all the saunas. So if you think that in this sauna there are 10 people, you can go to another one when are only 2 or 3 in a big space of sauna made for 60 people. So in a very big room, you're only with 2 or 3 person. The shamanic dreaming, also on the mental health, we had a lot of new activities that we introduced here. Sorry, if you can tap your microphone, please. Yeah, I muted. Okay, so the shamanic dreaming is like a session inside the sauna, the Hollywood sauna, the sauna with the cinema, where you look at the fire. And also the wellness trainer, my team, they're going inside putting a lot of essential oils that almost feel like burning wood in front of you, like birch, like fir, like Siberian fir, Korean fir, and Tuya orientalis. And this was like sitting in front of the fire, just meditating and just thinking about and analyzing your mind. This was one of the most appreciated activities that we introduced. Also the halo mint in the Himalaya sauna, the salt salina, the hot salina. we had some Tibetan ritual in which we put on the coal some sand and some mint. And also you have the benefits of the saline aerosol, but also you have the freshness of the mint. So you have more respiratory therapy for your lungs, and also is very very healthy and protective, adding the benefits of the sauna. In the Hollywood sauna also we have new documentaries. We contacted the BBC from UK, and we bought the newest documentary from from Alterborough, and also some Netflix documentaries that we provide for free for our guests if they want to sit in the Hollywood sauna. And we changed the music in all the saunas. And from different hours, we have different thematics inside the sauna. So you can do like a sound bathing. If you want like more oriental vibes, or some more Eastern feeling, you can go to Alhambra sauna. And then you have also African music. If you want more like a Western approach, you can go to Provence. And then we have a lot of French music. Also in Bavaria, we have a lot of German, Austrian music. So you can do a sound bathing, also exploring the olfactory note inside the sauna. This is how a panel of the sauna looked like. And as you can see, in a day, we had more than 48 active infusion. And think about this active infusion in totally, I think they were like, I have a calculator right here, 48, 30, more than 24 hours of active infusion. So any moment that you go inside Terme Bucharest, if you come at 7 o'clock in the night at 7 p.m. or if you come at 11 a.m., always you're going to find at least 6 or 7 olfactory experience, also some peeling session that you can choose. And in this experience, you can have different feelings, and you can feel it different than other guests, because just an example of an activity in Provence, you can see how a tree, orange tree blossom, because in the first minutes, I'm really sorry, in the first moments you can have the petit grain of orange that is very green, it's like the leaves. And then you can have the neroli, that's the flower of the orange, and it's like the trees blossom. And then you have the blood orange essential oils. So you have like the full spectrum of essential oils, like the tree is blossoming inside the sauna. And also you can see different types of mint. Right now we have like 6 types of mint, and you can try to, almost like a sommelier, you try to smell it and to find the difference, because we have a mint from Spain, a mint from Italy, and the mint from India. They're the same family and the same plant, but because they have different soil, different sun, and different water, they smell different and they have different properties. And that's very beautiful, because the fragrance experience was almost like a sommelier, like a parfumier experience. You go inside the sauna and you try to understand what was the part of the plant that is coming from. And one of my guys comes inside the sauna and he explained, this is the Mentha arvensis. We have it by steam distillation from Mentha arvensis. I think we have it from China. And this is only from the leaves. And this is good for this and this and this and that. And he was like presenting, he was like merging the experience of the customer and trying to do also some folklore. Usually our Romanian guys use the mint for doing, I don't know, some pressing on the skin, or they put it on the head. And they explained this was also like the social part, because people really wanted to have also the connection. And we have different journeys, and always with the sauna and the fragrance experience, we provide some great escapes for our guests. I'm going to show you this with Andrei into the left. That's the shamanic dreaming. This is one of the experience that my guys did inside. because you can see the fire, you can feel the smell of the fire and on the wood, but also the guy is disturbing the molecules even in all the sauna. And also this one was like a stimuli energizing session inside the Hollywood sauna. And this is what we did in Aqua Shape. Before the pandemic, we had only 2 sessions of Aqua Shape and medical recovery inside the thermal water, only Tuesday and Thursday. But right now, after we restart, we have this session in every single morning from 11:30, because all the people requested, and they are more into the recovery and they are more into the movement. So this one was one of the adaptation that we did. This one in the morning, and 2 more aqua gym session into the later on in the day. On the treatments, on the massage menu, before we had only 45 minutes massages, and they were good, people were pleased, but after the restart they wanted more time for themselves. So we increase the duration of the treatment, and we also give the therapist bigger breaks to disinfect, because right now in all the massage protocols they have at least 30 minutes to disinfect the full cabinet, and also the cleaning administrative colleagues to go inside with a fogger to disinfect everything. As I told you, I will not talk all all the changes that the company brought, but inside the massage cabinets we installed new HEPA filters, and we always put it in high volume. So in a day we had like 380 meters per cabinet. We had 380 cubic meters of air, and in 60 minutes that 380 was filtered completely and ionized, and then introduced back to the cabinet. And after every single massage, the cabinet was opened with UV lights inside, and also the disinfectant system. And just think about it, one human inhales only 16.8 cubic meters of air in 8 hours of work activity. So in 1 hour we use like only 2 cubic meters per person, and we took responsibility to have the highest volume that we can with the biggest professional equipment that we have. So this one was very very pleasing for our guests, and also they were they felt very safe inside the massage cabinets. And from the restart, we always were full booked at the massage. So usually if you come to Terme Bucharest at 3 or 4 o'clock, we're already full booked, and with 8 working cabinets right now and only 11 therapists. All days are full booked in the massage area. So a therapist is doing only 6 massages per day. So the maximum that we can do in a day are 48 massages. But all the time we have that 48 massages delivered to our guests. One of the things that you need to think when you're talking about restarting wellness, you cannot do it without a team of professional people, a team who understood the old way, and a team who can adapt to the new way. As I said in this slide, same team, different times. All the guys that I enter into the dark time, into the storm, they went out with me, and I have same staff as before. I didn't lose nobody. And only 3 girls, they're home right now because they have babies in the pandemic. So that was a good thing. But all the teams that I entered in the pandemic with, they're with me from the beginning. So most of them, they're like 4, 5, 6 years in my team already. I think I have only like 2 or 3% that you can see here that are newer than 2 years. So yeah, you can do this and you can restart wellness, but you can restart it only with a team that understand the needs. They're in service of people and they really want to develop something. You cannot restart wellness with mercenary or people that are in the industry just to have like food on the table, or to have like a salary, or to do something only from themselves. You cannot do the restarting of wellness with individualists. You can do it only with a community. And this one was one of the right now I have goosebumps as well, because in the first day after the wellness restart, we were like, all my guys were like shivering. They were like very emotional because they're back home and they have an option to do it again better. And all the community, all our regular guests went inside with us, and they were so happy to see us. And they asked about all our stuff. Hey, where is Christina? Hey, Christina is good. Where is Elena? Elena is good. I saw you on Facebook. I saw you on that you're still developing, still having meetings. We are so glad to be here. And we said, yeah, but we're very limited right now, and you have some restriction. Doesn't matter. I want to be here with you. I'm so glad that you are back. And this one was one of the greatest thing that we saw in this restart. It's very important for the community in which you deliver your service, because that community gives back a lot, gives back motivation, gives back appreciation, and gives back a feeling of not only responsibility, but of a feeling of acceptance, of unity. And that was very, very impressive. I didn't expect that. And we did a lot of scenario, as I show you at the beginning, about what our guests gonna need. You just feel it. And most of it, you try something, you close it, you try another one, you close it. And we did a lot of mistakes. But also at the end, we had some great development plan that really worked for us. So as I told you, this is the way, it's our way. I think a lot of my colleagues from the wellness industry, they have different ways, but they worked. And also they did some mistakes, and also they have different approach. And what I show you as the Mandalorian in Star Wars, this is the way. You just take it, you do it, you adapt it, you have a different scenario, you close it, and you go another way, but don't stop moving. And this is how we restarted wellness. We did a lot of adaptation. And right now we're starting to bring also some new experience inside, because the things are working better and the restrictive measurements are lower. And as you saw in other European countries and other countries, also the measurements are going lower and lower. Wellness after the storm. I hope you really like the presentation. As I told you, I'm a very fast talker, and I hope your translator brought all the information for you, and I didn't challenge him too much.
Thank you very much, Cosmin. I hope you will stay with us until the end of this session, since I think there will be a lot of questions. How did you manage to survive this storm? So we're going with our second topic and our second lecturer, and his name is Ioana Marian. She's president of the Romanian Spa Association. So we will hear something new from Ioana. Ioana, can we hear?
Yes, hello everybody.
Hi.
Thank you for inviting me. I'm very glad that Cosmin talked the first one, because he presented you in detail what a spa and wellness center from Romania did. I will present you now very quickly another 13 examples from other spas from Romania. But it will be much more quickly. Okay. Just a second to share the presentation. Can you see it?
Just.
Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, we can see, but just click the full screen.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I don't know why it. It's not working.
Control L.
Yes. It's what I'm trying to do, but I don't know why. Okay. Now it's okay. Good.
We still don't have. We still don't have you on. Okay, that's now.
Okay. Thank you. So just a few words about me. I'm the founder of desprespa.ro, the main source of information about everything it is in the spa market of Romania. I'm the president of the Romanian Spa Association. I'm the ambassador of Global Wellness Day in Romania and member in 2 initiatives of the Global Wellness Institute. Very quickly, I will present you what all the spas from Romania did, and I'm sure that also the spas from Serbia, so it's nothing new here. They have reduced the capacity of the spa center to give the clients confidence on the social distance. They have rethought the client circuit and the therapy area to reduce the intersection of clients between therapies. They have introduced all kinds of sanitary measures, and they have increased the time between therapies, as Cosmin has said, and most of them also the time of the therapies, like in Terme. And I will start with for a spa. It's a spa retreat. They totally rethought the marketing strategy in order to attract tourists in a period when everybody feels safe to stay home. And they succeeded to have full capacity, to have 100% occupation degree rate. They hire a lot during this period. Practically, they double the workforce because the market was affected. Many people lost their jobs, so they have from where to hire. And they introduce new facilities and many programs in the grid, many programs as possible, which lead to dispersion of tourists. Each client chooses another type of package and activities, so they avoid congestion at the same time in the same place. Another picture from Forest Spa. At Mirage Med Spa, it's a medical spa. They changed the structure of the therapy packages. They initiate new packages to meet the client's needs of this period, and they maintain the rates, the fees. It was not many spas maintained. Most of them increased the prices, but at Mirage Spa, they try to keep it as low as possible. And another picture. Okay, at Country Spa, it's a resort with a boutique hotel next to near Bucharest. They realize they have many clients that didn't were spa clients before COVID. From their clients, also the need has changed. If before COVID, their demand was for weight loss procedures, detox, on the aesthetic side, after COVID, they ask for therapies that touch the spiritual side. And each client receives the therapy personalized after a prior discussion with the therapist. At Sun Garden Golf and Spa Resort, they changed the design of the massage room. They create new massage protocols. They invest time and energy on the training of the employees. And so they do a lot of trainings. And in order to exceed the highest expectation of the customers, they have increased the time of the therapies, as I told you before, and they use only natural products now, and they observe an increase of the customer, an increased interest of the customer for products with antiseptic and antibacterial effects. And for this reason, they start to use essential oils with these properties. similar as Terme, as Cosmin told you before. At Sun Garden, and this is another picture from Sun Garden. At Grand Santera Spa, Balvanioș Resort, it's a balneary area. They have a diversification of outdoor activities, and also in the spa they have a new approach based more on prevention than it was before. And in the resort, they paid attention to the restaurants and they updating the menus. At the seaside, we have Imperia Spa from Marina Regia residence. They did a lot of trainings also during this period. They start to sell accommodation with spa therapies. They said that before COVID, they couldn't sell it very well, but after COVID started, this type of packages sells the best. They create a special menu for kids and teens. They succeed to keep all the employees of the resort because during the lockdown period, they did the maintenance repairs of the building and general repairs. And they have a very large investment in the green spaces through the resort. If you will arrive at them, you will see it's a lot of green there. Here is just a very small part of this resort. At the mountains, in a ski resort at Ana Hotels, they did a post-COVID recovery package with respiratory exercises. They can do it outside on the terrace to benefit from the fresh mountain air and the sun, or if it's too cold or it's raining, in the fitness room. And they also bring spa water from the seaside, and they do now aerosols with the spa water. Here it's another picture. At the same group, Ana Hotels at the seaside, we have Ana Aslan Health Spa at Hotel Europa. They observe that the clients desire to make the most of outdoor spaces and services. The clients ask for environmental protection, use of resources, natural resources for their health. And they observe that more and more people visit the spa not for medical reasons, but for relaxation and revigoration. And that's why they also change the spa menu. And in the restaurants, they start to have green menus. At Ozon, it's a balneary area. They introduced new therapies for younger clients because they observed that after COVID started, the average age of the clients dropped. And during the severe restriction, the hotel rooms were taken out of service for 24 hours after each checkout in order to increase the client trust that they really disinfect there for a longer time. At Caprioara Hotel, it's also a balneary hotel, balneary resort. They, during the pandemic, during the lockdown, in fact, they modernized the treatment center, but also they reconfigure the spa and wellness area. And they implement new packages and new concepts of beauty, for relaxation, for increased immunity and post-COVID recovery. And they made 2 rooms for physiotherapy with effects on post-COVID respiratory system. And they introduce for free each morning stretching exercises in the fitness room for all the guests of the hotel. Aquatonic Spa Hotel Steaua de Mare at the seaside also. They launch complex packages with accommodations, meals, spa access, and spa therapies. They introduce a new product line due to increased demand on the wellness therapies. They introduce a new program to accommodate the need of the guests who look for post-COVID therapies. And they modernized some apartments in order to accommodate up to 2 adults and 2 kids for the people that want to work remotely. They had a lot of demands of people who want to work in an intimate and friendly environment to benefit every day of spa therapies and to ensure themselves physical and mental health. And now, until now, I present you some spa resorts and spa hotels. Now some day spas at Shiseido Spa. They launch a room and mass room to which is added an improved oxygen quality in the air up to 33%. Compared to the standard treatment rooms. And they recommend to use this room for post-COVID recovery and, of course, to improve the well-being. And they launch a new treatment with an extraordinary therapeutical effect. At Clinica Eliade, it's a medical and wellness clinic. They introduce radiant technique and energy medicine. They have now a recovery department, and they start to sell integrative consultation as diagnostic method. And we also have some new spas in Romania. Fenio Spa Hotel, it's in a balneary area. It is not a very big spa, but it's a very, very beautiful one. We have Up the River Spa, Leboda Resort in the delta of Danube, and here they have something very special. In the spa rituals, they have a lot of mantras, and all the accent is put on the spiritual side of the spa ritual. Not only on the physical and mental side, like you find in most of the spas from Romania. We also have a boutique hotel in Brăila. It is an old house, completely renovated. They have 11 rooms in the hotel and a very beautiful spa. It's small, but it's very beautiful. And we have a reopening of Baia Populară Sibiu. The first spa of Romania from 1904 was reopened after 3 years of rehabilitation working. And us on Despre Spa, what we did to try to help the spa market from Romania, we did first at all at the beginning a lot of meetings with the spa managers in order to keep them informed all the time and to learn one from another. And we did a mentorship program, 100% free for spa managers and head spa therapists. It's a 3-month program. And based on voluntary jobs of the spa consultant of Romania. And we launched only last summer an experience exchange program for spa therapists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. I'm really amazed by your presentation, and I think that Romania really had great spas with great facilities, and I hope one time that we have time to see all of them and that you will be our host. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
And our next lecturer is Mr. Predrag Peđa Filipović, educator and creator of wellness massage concept. And the title of his presentation is Massage as a Salvation of the Organism. So, Peđa, please.
Dobar dan svima, zahvaljujem se na ovako lepoj najavi i divno mi je što sam danas ovdje sa vama, što mogu da podelim ovu zaista sjajnu energiju koja je povezana za kompletnu wellness i spa industriju. Imam zadovoljstvo u stvari da danas malo govorimo o onome što jeste i moja najvažnija vokacija i nekako najveća opredeljenost, a to je oblast masaže. I šta je to što se dešava sa masažom u današnje vreme post-covida i šta je to i na koji način može da se i treba da se u stvari nekako prilagodi svim našim klijentima i svim našim gostima, kako wellness centara, tako i salona, tako i hotela, tako i centara za rehabilitaciju. Postoji ta jedna velika sreća u stvari koja je negde i bila uvod u celu tu priču, a ona živi već jedno 7 godina, kada još i nismo znali za koronu, tada je u hotelu Kraljevi Čardac i Spa na Kopaoniku počeo da živi prvi selfness koncept u Srbiji koji se zove gnotisauton, odnosno spoznaj samoga sebe. Vreme koje je vezano za COVID, a svakako i za vrlo ozbiljne situacije u kojima živimo, dovode kod čoveka do različitih promjena na psihofizičkom i mentalnom planu. I nama je svima poznato da se oni itekako manifestuju i na fizičkom telu. Svakako da svi naši gosti koji dođu i u wellness i u spa žele da se opuste, žele da se oporave, žele da uživaju u svim čarolijama i blagodetima kako vode koju imamo, pa onda blata koju imamo, pa prirode koja je tu oko nas, pa svih onih fizikalnih terapija ili već svih raznih metoda koje koristimo i kineziterapeutskih i ostalih. Međutim, ono što je naravno iskustvo pokazalo, to je upravo kada je masaža u pitanju kontakt sa samim terapeutom i ono što sam klijent kao input dobija od samog terapeuta, toj jednoj njegovoj neposrednosti i u toj jednoj, ajde da kažemo, njegovoj empatiji prema onome i prema stanju u kome se on nalazi. Mi retko kada baš smo u situaciji da budemo to psihoterapeuti i da često sami klijenti znaju da nam kažu, odnosno kad vam dođe klijent i kad onako duboko uzdahne, pa kad vidite kako se osoba skupi, pa kad čitate njeno ili njegovo telo, pa nekako zaključite da se tu negde inseminirao strah, pa su bubrezli u problemu, pa se zadržava voda, pa onda znate koje bi to metode bile koje bismo mogli još da primjenimo u sklopu svih onih masaža i tretmana koje radimo, ali da nije samo protokolarna priča, nego da se malo i posvetimo tom strahu, kako god da je nazovemo, da li je to neka masaža koja je relaks ili ima neko specijalno brendirano ime ili je, ne znam, terapeutska masaža, prosto ako naiđemo na tu situaciju straha koja je vrlo prisutan u današnje vreme, a znamo da je strah u stvari emocija koja najviše blokira čoveka i nekako najnegativnije utiče na imunni sistem, onda ćemo se malo baviti samom energijom bubrega. Odnosno, bavit ćemo se malo, recimo, elementima koje uvodimo sve više, to su moksaterapije, koje se prate u stvari i sa samom kineskom tradicionalnom medicinom koja kaže da određeni problemi kao i te stagnacije kretanje čija životna energija u telu nastaju kao problem hlađenja. Pa onda između ostalog da bismo pokrenuli taj protok čija i da bismo malo nekako dali tu stimulaciju rada bubrega, opet sa druge strane imali u psihološkom smislu rad na stimulaciji, ajde da kažemo kontra straha, stimulisat ćemo posebno prvu tačku na bubrezima koje kreće od tabana, ali ćemo isto tako raditi stimulaciju i zagrevanje tačka koje se nalaze u samom tom grudnom delu kod grudne kosti. Ono što je recimo interesantno kod samog straha, to je da u svim masažnim tehnikama, kako god da oni imaju jedan lep protokol i da imaju tu jednu čaroliju kroz koju terapeut vodi samog klijenta, dosta elemenata ima oslobađanja zglobova, odnosno istezanja zglobova, zato što su nekako zglobovi naše glavne energetske kapije. I u tom smislu sva ta istezanja daju još jedan fantastičan podstrek samoj životnoj energiji da se kreće kroz taj sistem energetskih meridijana. Ono što je također vrlo interesantno, to je da ćemo se u današnje vreme sresti i sa, recimo, emocijom tuge tuge koja je prisutna kod ljudi. Oni čak i ne moraju da nam kažu da su tužne, ali ćemo vidjeti po načinu na koji dišu da je sama stagnacija protoka energije u plućnom segmentu i da se tu nalazi određeni centar koji treba da stimulišemo po svojoj strukturi. Nekako se uvek vratim i na ono što je jako važno, to je taj glavni centar našeg imuniteta, to je ductus thoracicus, glavno limfno stablo, grudno, kroz koje prolazi cela limfa, tako da u toku same masaže, opet kažem, iako je ona protokolarna, terapeut bi trebalo možda malo da se više zadrži u tom segmentu, recimo leđnog drugog pršnjena, gde je i sama regija pluća. Ubacujemo moksaterapijicu na kori mandarine, koji ima svoje fantastično dobro mesto, jer sami sastojci iz kore mandarine zajedno sa moksom imaju svoj prirodno hemijski supstrat koji jako dobro deluje na otvaranje samih pluća. Ako su recimo i disanje povezano sa vrlo čestom onim problematikama koji su vezane za srčani rad, onda ćemo se malo zadržati i u trećem i u četvrtom to leđenom delu. Znači, terapeut će prosto svoje terapije da adaptira i da ih nekako više stacionira da bi se bavio time da otvori pluća, da otvori disanje upravo tim međulopatičnim delom, kao i otvaranjem samog grudnog koša, kao i vrlo jednom važnom stimulacijom ruku i svih tačaka na rukama i stezanjima ruku, jer se upravo na njima i nalazi i kroz njih prolazi meridijan pluća koji nam je u ovom slučaju o kome vam pričam jako važan, a koji je direktno povezan sa emocijom tuge koju čovek zna u sebi onako da akumulira na određeni način. To bi između ostalog bila i takozvana psihološka masaža koju sam terapeut kreira u radu sa ljudima, a upravo ta znanja koja nosi i koja su holistička znanja o kome sve vreme pričamo od samog početka, su ujedno i dobra pozicija svih elemenata koje primenjuje. Da li iz klasičnih masaža, videli ste recimo ovde na divnim fotografijama pinda sveda, dakle korišćenje biljnih jastučića koji ne moraju da se rade po istom principu lekovitih biljaka. Imao sam prilike da recimo kreirajući na Mediteranu ubacuju mediteransko bilje, da u našoj kontinentalnoj divnoj Srbiji ubacujemo bilje iz Srbije, u Republici Srpskoj i Bosni ubacujemo bilje koje je endemskog tipa i koje raste u tim regijama i to je ta moć aromaterapije koja se onda isto tako kombinuje kao što koristimo akupresuru, kao što koristimo određene masažne tehnike, tako koristimo i čarolije biljaka, odnosno eteričnih ulja koje se nalaze u samim tim biljnim vrećicama, jer upravo sve te biljke ispuštaju svoja ulja i videli ste ono što je također vrlo postalo interesantno, a to je ta u našim masažama, naravno i u primjeni u kombinaciji sa drugim tehnikama, tim holističkim integralnim, to je korišćenje tibetanskih posuda, odnosno to su takozvane zvučne terapije ili vibratorne terapije koje imaju svoje značajno mesto. Sad, meni se često dešavalo da čak i moji studenti koji su davnih dana završavali školu i akademiju, kada vide fotografiju kažu, jao bre, Peđe, u koje to šerpice lupaš, zato što one zaista videli ste na fotografiji podsjećaju na šerpice. Međutim, te šerpice su jako specifične po tome što su nastale od 12 prirodnih elemenata i svaki od njih, evo ih, vidite ih, dakle, da li je zlato, da li je bakar, da li je srebro, da li je nikl, da li je kadmijum, da li je bronza, da li je... I prosto deluju na organizam i tačno se zna koji element na koji deo tela deluje, a sa druge strane, muzikoterapija, odnosno ozvučena posuda, pored samog tela ili na samom telu, radi na onom najzastupljenijem elementu vode, a znamo da je voda emocija, podsvest, duboko potisnuto, što je u svim vremenima i ovog post-covid sistema i svega ružnog što nam se dešava jako važno da čovek bukvalno čisti svoj podsvesni deo i da ga jednostavno na pravi način kanališe radeći na svojoj stabilizaciji unutrašnjog, fizičkog, naravno mentalnog i duhovnog u svojim segmentima. Mnogo ima elemenata koji su prisutni u radu terapeuta kada je psihološka masaža u pitanju. Ona podrazumeva normalno i dosta znanja, dosta rada na sebi i nekako stalno usavršavanje i stalno inkorporiranje nekako tih novih metoda i novih segmenata, makoliko one bile hiljadama godinama stare, ali našim prostorima su relativno one nove i tek nekako počinju onako da se nestidljivo uključuju u Velnes programe, jer su do juče one bile sastavni deo rehabilitacije, kineske tradicionalne medicine, tibetanske medicine, dolazi iz svih krajeva sveta, sada one zauzimaju svoje značajno mesto u Velnesu, uvek sa tom jednom tendencijom rada na toj harmoniji svetog trojstva, fizičko, mentalno, duhovno, u inkorporiranju u takozvanom psihološkom konceptu samih masaža po svojoj strukturi. Naša lična iskustva i moja lična iskustva s obzirom na to da I pored edukatorskog rada koji traje 33 godine i 30.000 studenta i više do sada i rada sa mojim dragim kolegama iz Banja i iz divnih institucija koji su danas i ovde i jedno iskustvo koje je od 93. godine, ne znam da li znate da je prvi moj susret sa terapeutima Prolom Banje i prva naša edukacija je bila 1993. godine, ljudi. Tada je bilo ono ratno stanje, a mi smo, nećete verovati, radili pored drugih masaža šijacu, masažu gde se u Srbiji retko znalo šta je to šijacu. 93. godine, zato mi je srce uvek puno i kad vidim svoje drage kolege i prijatelje i kad vidim kako napreduju i kako divno funkcioniše prosto cela ta priča i mnogo se radujem i njihovom, a naravno i zajedničkom rastu na kraju krajeva, jer smo nekako zajedno napravili taj konglomerat kroz sve ove godine i našeg poznanstva, na kraju i naše saradnje. I to je, da, zašto sam to krenuo da kažem? Pored tog edukatorskog rada, ja i dalje radim sa svojim klijentima, odnosno imam svoje i klijente i pacijente. I zaista su u ovom post-covidu srećem sa takvim psihološkim blokovima, sa takvim strahovima koji su duboko inseminirani, sa takvim tugama zbog raznih situacija koje ljudi preživljavaju ili koji su preživeli, a svi znamo šta su mogli da prođu kroz vreme covida u kome živimo, sa takvim nervozama gde želudac jako strada. Na svu sreću nekako i to moje studiranje koje još uvek traje, telesne psihoterapije, mi je negde pomoglo da mogu u kontaktu sa ljudima da se sretnem sa tim folderima koji se otvaraju, pa da se nekako ne uplašim i ne iznenadim i kriku koji ispuste iz sebe i suzi koju puste i osmehu ili nekom možda malo neartikulisanom smenju koji iz njih izađe po svojoj strukturi, jer su to sve ti sastavni delovi onih naših najtananijih unutrašnjih fioka koje prosto kao takvi izlaze i emaniraju upravo ono unutrašnje stanje. Sa nekako terapeutskog aspekta, šta bi nama moglo da bude još i važno, s obzirom na to da je masaža uvek u na onom postamentu primum non nocere, upravo taj post-covid period nas nekako stavlja na obavezan deo priče u anketi sa pacijentom ili sa klijentom kakav je D-dimer i kakav je fibrinogen. I ukoliko nismo sigurni da je taj dimer povišen ili da su prosto parametri fibrinogena povišeni, onda bi trebalo da napravimo proveru, zato što upravo je tu problem koji može da dovede do niza dalje konsekvenciji, jer znamo da je jedna od apsolutnih kontraindikacija za masažu i bilo kako pojavljivanje trombova u telu, tromboflebiti, zapaljenje vene, trombovi i slično koji mogu da izazovu vrlo drastične posledice po svojoj strukturi. U tom smislu se prosto nekako terapeut još odgovornije postavlja kada je taj kompletan post-covid deo u pitanju koji jeste u stvari, ajde da kažemo nekako danas je najvažnija i najprimarnija tema naše konferencije. I tu je ta masaža divna, psihološka, koja ima svoj uticaj i tekako na mentalno zdravlje, a iznad svega ono što je jako važno, to je da će imati takav efekat samo onda ako terapeut nosi u sebi dovoljno ljubavi, empatije, razumevanja i ako se potpuno posveti svom klijentu koji mu ukazuje poverenje. Zajedno sa tom zahvalnošću za ukazano poverenje. Svakako da je ova umetnost ispred koje stojim i koje sam život posvetio mnogo slojevita, izuzetno ozbiljna, jako kreativna i trudio sam se da vam u ovih 10 minuta u stvari sublimiram, hajde da kažemo, samo par sekvenci koje mogu da budu i koje jesu značajne kada je tema o kojoj govorim, a inače toliko toga ima što je povezano sa masažom i u preventivnom i u rehabilitacionom smislu i u smislu načina života i higijene življenja, da je to stvarno prosto jedna čarolija i jedno fantastično, sjajno putovanje. Eto, hvala vam na ovom odvojenom vremenu i na poverenju koje ste mi okazali.
Thank you, Peđa. So we are okay. We do have a small movie. So we are at the end of the second session, and I want to thank all the participants of this session. We heard today great examples of how wellness centers and spas adopted in crisis time, how they saved their employees, and so they can go forward with minimum problems. We also noticed that the moment more time for guests is something very important, and the fact that will be a moment of high quality in spa and wellness industry in future. Thank you all again.
In the third session, we'll present best practice examples in wellness industry and tourism in Serbia. Speakers are Marina Cvetković, Wellness Manager Problem Spa, Ana Vučićević, Vox Trade, i Jelena Ljubičić, PR Hotel Fruške Terme Vrdnik. Moderator, Tamara Petrović, Marketing Manager in Planika.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it is my greatest pleasure to lead you through the third session of today's event. I'd also like to thank the organizational team for inviting us. Although we all hope that this corona era is coming to an end, we can't ignore the fact that it left great consequences in the sphere of tourism. Management in this sector is giving it best to is putting its greatest efforts to get away with new challenges and circumstances, but also to get the best out of it. But I'll be an optimist, and I'd say that COVID may even brought a dash of creativity and some new perspective. And although it's easy for me to write about it or talk about it, some of my colleagues realized it in practice and made some big success. So in this session, we will hear something about the best practice examples in wellness industry in Serbia and update in post-corona era. Before I start with our first speaker, I'd like to invite you all to pose your questions. Now, I'd like to invite our first speaker, Marina Cvetković. Marina is Marketing Service and Spa Manager of Problem Wellness and Spa, and as the one who understands the needs of our guests, she will present the new preventive programs for wellness guests in Problem and Lukovska Spa.
Tamara, izvinite, morat ćemo napraviti samo malu pauzu što se tiče ovog vašeg dela, s obzirom na to da je naša gošća iz Kine na Zoomu, a zbog vremenske razlike je zamolila ako može odmah da se uključi. Dakle, our next keynote speaker is Dr. Cheya Hak Sao Efang, presenting of the China Health and Medical Tourism Association. Can you hear us? Hello? Yes, we can see and we can...
Hear me? Okay.
We can hear you, yes, thanks.
Okay, let me do the screen sharing.
You can start.
Okay, can you see my slides?
Yes. China
Okay.
European Health, yes.
Okay.
Please,
Ladies,
please,
gentlemen,
excuse me.
greetings from the People's Republic of China. I'm President of China Health Medical Tourism Association. Thanks for invitation by Natasha and the organizer team. Today, I would like to share the China-Europe health tourism innovation and sustainability in post-COVID-19 pandemic world. According to the report by the UNWTO, COVID pandemic had caused a huge impact to global tourism market, from America to Europe to Africa to Middle East and to Asia Pacific region. The cross-border international tourism market arrivals decreased from 30% to 80%. Global health tourism ecosystem, including medical tourism, dental tourism, TCM, traditional Chinese medicine tourism, wellness tourism, spa tourism, sports health tourism, accessible tourism, assistant residential tourism, culinary tourism, and halal health tourism, etc. We would like to share the big data and market research of the world's largest tourism market, China. According to the big data from Ministry of Culture and Tourism, China, for example, last October, the Chinese national holiday from October 1st to 7th, only 1 week, China saw 515 billion domestic tourist trips. The Chinese tourists make figures was 70% of the trips made during the same period before the COVID pandemic in 2019. The Chinese tourist revenue reached 389.06 billion Chinese yuan, about 60% recovery rate.
Dr. Fang, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Please, your presentation is not in full screen mode.
Full screen, yes. My side, I have already.
But we don't see full screen.
Full screen. Full screen. I already said full screen from my side.
But on our side, we saw the PowerPoint interface. You
Let me try again. Okay. Let me try again. From my side, is full screen.
And share that.
Yes.
And now go to full screen.
Is it okay? Now it's full screen from my side.
We still see only the PowerPoint.
Full screen from our side.
We are still see the PowerPoint, not the full screen presentation. You're not switching the slides.
But can you see the screen is going? Screen is going on.
We are seeing the PowerPoint interface with the still presentation. No movement, nothing changing.
Ah, really? Let me see. Maybe.
Now it's okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay. I hope this time is okay. According to the Economist Intelligence Unit, the Chinese outbound tourism market forecast to 2024 that Chinese outbound tourism will surpass 2019 levels in early 2024. So international organizations, including all of the research organizations, keep positive forecast about the Chinese outbound tourism market. Now we would like to emphasize World Health Tourism Strategies Consulting from our side. We have set up a health tourism investment trade platform through the Belt and Road Initiative and Health Cities Clusters Network and free trade zones worldwide. China Health Medical Tourism Association is a G2G, G2B, and a B2B platform. We provide consulting to government organizations, minister tourists, and tourist authorities. We have set up the global health tourism transformation and green recovery model in China market, because China is one of the countries that controlled the COVID pandemic in early February 2020. We set up the guideline according to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals especially for SDG 3, healthcare, SDG 11, partnership, and SDG 17. Innovation, investment, and sustainability are new normal in COVID world, especially for global health tourists, wellness tourists, medical tourists, spa tourists, etc. industry sectors. For global health tourist destinations, digital transformation, smart services, and innovation in products and sales are very important. So we have launched the Health Story digital marketing platform to help our international partners for digital transformation and integrated digital marketing in China market. For international destination, the policies, sustainability are very important, especially for strategies, investment, digital marketing, and valuations. This is a circle that supports the policies and the sustainability for all of the global health tourism destinations. As for China market, I think all of the sellers, providers in Europe are interested about how to attract the Chinese outbound health tourists come to Europe to visit your destinations, your spa center, rehabilitation center, your hotel and resort. So understanding China market is very important. The #1 national strategy is Belt and Road initiative, supported by China President since 2013. Up to now, 138 countries has joined the Belt and Road Initiative, including Serbia. And 2,000 cooperation projects worldwide and 1,500 international free trade zones has joined, with thousands of millions of job creation along the Belt and Road countries. This is a Belt and Road Forum organized by China government in Beijing. This is a family photo during the opening ceremony of the Belt and Road Forum. Serbia president visited China last month to participate in the opening ceremony of Olympic Winter Games in Beijing and has a high-level meeting with China president. This is a meeting between Serbia government and the China government. Under last September, both country government organized the opening ceremony of China COVID vaccine manufacturing center in Serbia. So China and Serbia has long history of friendship and diplomatic relations, including economic collaboration, investment, and trade in almost all of the industry sectors, including tourism, healthcare, health tech. We're interested about to introduce more healthcare and health tourism projects, including FDI investment to Serbia and other European countries. As for China healthcare market challenges and opportunities, I would like to emphasize the government regulations and policies in healthcare and health tourism industries. This map shows world's largest healthcare market. China has a 1.4 billion population in mainland and also include Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. China healthcare system including public healthcare and private healthcare system. According to the data from the National Healthcare Committee, up to now, China has 997,433 hospitals, clinics, including public and private institutes. So for international sellers and providers, you should know which industry segments will match with your strategies and your target market. This map shows the China hair tourist clusters from the north to south, from east to west, especially in the Yangtze River Delta and the Great Bay areas, which is China's largest smart city clusters. Also very, it was top leaders in healthcare, hair tourism, medical tourism, and medtech industries. China government has launched a policy to support public-private partnership policies to support the healthcare, hair tourism industry development. This is hair tourist clusters in different cities, hair tourist towns, smart city and healthcare clusters in Shenzhen, the center of Great Bay areas. This is in hair tourist destination and clusters in Guangxi province. This is smart city and healthcare, health-tech clusters. Just for example, you can see up to now, all of the first layer cities and a part of the second layer cities has set up and launched their hair tourist destination clusters, high-tech parks with local and international investors. So China market is super competitive for global hair tourist sellers, providers. This is an example of China hair tourist destination hair hotel and resort of Sheshan Shimao in Shanghai, China. It's a clusters including hotel, resort, rehabilitation center, 5-star hotels, spa center. This is example that Chinese investors has brought financial FDI investment in Manila, Philippines, the capital of Philippines. This is hair tourist clusters, were huge city of dreams in Philippines, including shopping mall, exhibition center, 3 5-star hotels, and traditional Chinese medicine wellness spa center. This is a successful example that Chinese investors invest overseas in Asia market. Traditional Chinese medicine has more than 5,000 years history. And we have the government, public, state-owned traditional Chinese medicine hospitals and universities and spa centers in China. This map is a China hair city clusters, including exhibition center, hair spa center, and wellness rehabilitation center. We think the huge market potential for us to introduce the traditional Chinese medicine, wellness, and spa center, and hair TCM, hair tech trade center in European market. For international sellers and providers, the challenges in China market are where are the business opportunities in China, how to launch your business programs in China market, how to find business partners in local market, and how to find Chinese hair tourists in the local market. According to our market research, there are a growing number of high net worth Chinese individuals choose medical health wellness tourism program overseas. For outbound Chinese health tourism program, including oncology, cardiovascular, neurology, plastic surgery, VIP physical checkup, anti-aging, IVF, fertility, rehabilitation, and sports. This is especially for medical tourists. According to Chinese consumption customs and habits, we would like to emphasize you pay more attention to the consumption habits has changed after the COVID pandemic. The Chinese habits are more diversified, the personalized requirements, and more focus on values, not prices. Chinese emphasize on quality and safety, privacy. And we notice that a greater consumption difference between the first layer cities and the second and third layer cities. And pay more attention to Chinese culture when you design your products, services, and pipelines. This is major issues that Chinese people are concerned when they select overseas health tourism products and services. And COVID-19 hygiene and safety certification, on-site experience and services are priority concerns after the COVID pandemic. And also the translation language, the follow-up services, prices, other concerns. Chinese customers' behavior and psychology changed after the COVID pandemic outbreak due to the fear of economic recession, impact of the government requirements on lockdown guidelines for hygiene and on-site services, and the impact of cancellation, postponed and delayed travels and vacations, and also communication disconnection due to the country's lockdown, etc. So up to now, the new trends in China outbound health tourism market demands include alternative medical products and services, holistic health tourism for spiritual and mental health, physical health, wellness, spa tourism, anti-aging products and services. So this is from our market research shows that due to the COVID pandemic, the lockdown and lots of the regulations by different countries, so the psychology and behavior has changed greatly since 2020. We provide consulting to international destination and government for China market entry strategy, and we would like to emphasize the key elements for China health tourism entry, include understand China government laws regulations, especially for marketing regulations, to avoid being punished in the market, and the market strategy and the segmentation position, find the right local partners, good understanding of the local market. Unique products and services are major issues for buyers and B2B buyers and B2C clients. Effective marketing, especially for digital transformation and digital marketing, are very important. And the investment for marketing, promotion and branding, training and market education, and project stakeholder management are very important. For all of the projects management, portfolio management, and programs management at the 3 different levels. So the trust, safety, quality, value, and experience are the key pillars to attract Chinese outbound health tourists. As for the digital marketing in China, I would like to emphasize again at lots of international events. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, all of these international social media are totally blocked in China market. So all of this social media marketing are zero market access in China mainland. So China market are very unique market as the world's largest healthcare market and the outbound tourism market. The digital marketing strategy are vital and essential important for all of the international destinations. This picture shows that Chinese buyers and Chinese clients are not on the international social media I mentioned before. We have unique Chinese social media, like WeChat, Weibo, Momo, etc. So you should get used to use Chinese social media for marketing branding of your services, products in China local market. We have set up worldwide platform ecosystem in the past 20 years because the business growth is not only focused on revenue generation, but to work hard on building relations, because China is a relationship country. So we, since the outbreak of COVID pandemic and the lockdown, we have set up the system to help our global partners and members to keep communication, keep marketing, and keep a business relationship and a connection with Chinese buyers and the Chinese clients. We organize the China's largest exhibition, WMTCE, World Health and Medical Tourism Expo, in China, Shanghai, Beijing, Guangzhou, Hainan, different cities each year. This is China's largest exhibition focused on healthcare, health tourism, medical tourism industries. The picture shows our event in Guangzhou is a B2B and a B2C exhibition, 3 days. This is B2B meetings under China and the global healthcare investment trade platform. We organize exhibition, conference, summit, forum, events, workshop, and road shows for global partners in China market. Winter Olympic Games 2022 was organized in this February, last month, in Beijing. And China government collaborate with Olympic Committee and the international partners to host the delegates and athletes from global countries to participate in this Olympic Winter Games in Beijing. This is the opening ceremony of this event, and this is closing ceremony of Olympic Winter Games. So China government and our industry leaders, partners, has joined hands to innovate the sports industries, sports health tourism industries through the Olympic Committee Global Network. Because sports health tourism is one of the important subsectors of the global health tourism industry ecosystem. We have set up a strong network with all of the Chinese top news medias. This is healthcare industry news media's partners, and this is tourism and travel industry media partners, which are very important to provide a platform for our international partners when you come to enter China health tourism market. We have joined hands with global partners through innovation, investment, and sustainability to pioneer global healthcare, health tourism industries. And we believe that health tourism, wellness tourism will be key driver and powerful force for global economy recovery in post-COVID world. We would like to emphasize visions, innovation, leadership, competitiveness, market intelligence are very important for all of the European sellers, providers in health tourism, wellness, and spa industries. And digital marketing through digital transformation are very important in China market. No marketing, no brands, no business. So China health and medical tourism are ready to enhance and stress strategic partnership with our global partners to make a contribution for global economy recovery, innovation, and sustainability development. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to follow our social media, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, to keep updated about the China market trends, updates, events, progress, and business opportunities for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attention. Have a nice day.
Dr. Xia, thank you very much for your presentation. And great insights we got about China, like the largest outbound tourism market, then insights on health tourism market and great resorts health resorts you have. And of course, for us in Serbia, the most important things and the points are how to meet requirements, entry requirements for health industry market, tourism market in China, because we see great opportunity, and now it's more clear to us what we need to do, of course, to get to be more familiar with all requirements and behavior of Chinese tourists who are coming in Serbia. We know that they are coming to Serbia to our thermal spas, and we see that great opportunity in that. So I'm sure that we will cooperate in future on preparing our industry in Serbia and hotels and providers to accept Chinese tourists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
Okay, now we can continue with the third session. As I said, our first speaker is Marina Cvetković, Marketing Service and Spa Manager of Prolam Wellness and Spa. As the one who understands the needs of our customers in terms of wellness and where they feel peace and safe, she will tell us something about new preventive programs for wellness guests in Prolam and Lukovska Spa. Marina?
Hvala Tamara, dobar dan svima. Drago mi je što sam na današnjem forumu, što možemo da razmenimo ideje i iskustva. Dakle, ja sam uglavnom zadnjih godina radila na poslovima marketinga Prolam i Lukovske Banje od pre nekoliko meseci kao spa menadžer, tako da imam još dosta toga da učim, ali ću danas se potruditi da vam kažem šta smo mi u zadnjem nekom periodu COVID pandemije radili u našim banjama, kako smo se trudili da ponudu prilagodimo zapravo i novim ciljnim grupama, a da opet ne odustanemo od standardne klijentele koju imamo. Dakle, kratko ću predstaviti kompaniju. Planinka obuhvata 3 banje na teritoriji opštine Kuršumlija, Prolom banju, Lukovsku banju, Kuršumlijsku banju, spomenik prirode Đavolju Varoš i naravno brend Prolom vodu. Dakle, duga tradicija banjskog turizma, zdravstveno-lečilišnog, gde sve baziramo na prirodnim potencijalima. U Prolom banji pre svega na Prolom vodi, u Lukovskoj banji na termomineralnim izvorima. Sama Prolom banja zasniva svoj razvoj na oligomineralnoj, visokoalkalnoj Prolom vodi, na Prolom blatu, na specifičnom mikrookruženju, odnosno mikroklimi. Tu je Radan planina koja je pre 4 godine proglašena parkom prirode. Dakle, čist vazduh, veliki broj sunčanih dana i svakako kombinacija svih tih medicinskih sadržaja koji su zasnovani na tim prirodnim lekovitim činiocima i naravno razvijamo banje kao savremene wellness destinacije. S druge strane, Lukovska banja koja se nalazi podno Kopaonika ima veliki broj termomineralnih izvora. Dakle, karakteristično je što se na obali hladne Lukovske reke nalazi 37 termalnih izvora, dakle, neverovatne i izdašnosti i termalnosti. 700 metara nadmorska visina, dakle, banja koja ima najveću nadmorsku visinu u našoj zemlji sa visovima okolnim preko 1000 metara i temperatura izvora do 69 stepeni, što naravno daje mogućnost za lečenje različitih vidova reumatizma. Ono što je najsvežiji novitet, da kažem, kod nas i na što smo ponosni jeste i razvoj 3. banje koja se nalazi na teritoriji naše opštine, to je Kuršumlijska banja, jedna od najstarijih banja uopšte na tlu Evrope i naše zemlje, gde zapravo se istraživanjima arheološkim došlo do toga da je ovo rimska banja, zato što postoje brojni ostaci spomenika koje su zavetovali rimski sveštenici, velikodostojnici u znak zahvalnosti nimfama, odnosno boginjama voda, što znači da su i Rimljani koristili tople vode Kuršumlije, tako da razvojem ove banje i renoviranjem hotela Planinka, dakle, zaokružit ćemo tu banjsku priču. Imamo to rimsko nasleđe, autentičnu ponudu i mogućnost da opet spojimo wellness priču, ali i medicinu, dakle medical i wellness programe. I naravno, pošto je za wellness, za dobar osjećaj bitno sve ono što se nalazi van samog hotela i same banje, dakle imamo veliki broj prirodnih potencijala, spomenika, izletišta, kulturno-istorijska dobra, najpoznatije je svakako Đavolja Varoš, koja ima 202 zemljano-kamene formacije, 2 izvora, specifične kisele vode, žute boje i koja je bila pre 10 godina jedini predstavnik Srbije na izboru za 7 svetskih čuda prirode. Ono što je bitno i što pratimo, naravno, jesu trendovi u razvoju turizma. U tome do puno kreativnih ideja i pomoć dobijamo i od samog Klastera zdravstvenog, Velnes i spa turizma Srbije. Tako da na taj način smo, kažem, prilagođavali ponudu koja je posebno podrazumevala da nakon korone imamo goste koji mogu da ojačaju svoje zdravlje, poboljšaju svoj imunitet nakon preležane korone, ali jednostavno javila se i određena klijentela koja želi sada da svoj odmor, vikend odmor, letnji odmor, zimski, provede baš u jednoj od naših banja kako bi vršili onako kvalitetnu prevenciju zdravlja. Dakle, imaju mogućnost da dišu čist vazduh, da se kupaju u termalnoj lekovitoj vodi, ali naravno tu su i pacijenti koji već decenijama nama dolaze zbog prevencije i lečenja određenih oboljenja. U Prolom banji to su bubrežne bolesti, kožne bolesti, gastroenterološki problemi, a u Lukovskoj banji uglavnom reumatizam. Tako da u saradnji sa Klasterom mi upravo razvijamo ove programe koji podrazumevaju oporavak nakon preležanog COVID-a, s druge strane jednu prevenciju. Tako da, recimo, u Lukovskoj banji je jako lako izvesti respiratornu rehabilitaciju. Pre svega i tu je spajanje tog medicinskog dela sa wellness mogućnostima. Svaki, dakle, gost ima mogućnost da odradi preglede kontrolne preglede, uvodne, razne laboratorijske analize i slično, ali ono što je akcenat na toj respiratornoj rehabilitaciji, posebno u Lukovskoj banji, opet moć prirode, zato što u Lukovskoj banji postoji prirodni inhalatorijum i klimatorijum, odnosno mesto gde se nalazi 37 termalnih izvora. Takve vode su čak i blago sulfidne, tako da udisanjem takvog podkopaoničkog vazduha sa ovim vodonik sulfidom zapravo se poveća kapacitet i pluća. Kako lekari kažu, olakšava se iskašljavanje i udisanje takvog vazduha, pored tih termalnih izvora, ima jedan antialergijski i antibakterijski efekat, tako da se gosti na taj način uče da ponovo dišu i posebno ovakve terapije i respiratorni programi se preporučuju i deci sa određenim načinom za prosto povećanje imuniteta i apetita. Dakle, to su te prirodne inhalacije koje su moguće na otvorenom prostoru i naravno uz kombinaciju sa šetnjom stazama zdravlja. S druge strane, moguće izvesti u Lukovskoj banji i detoks paket koji opet je zasnovan na konceptu zdravog načina života, gde se koristi kompletno sadržaj Velnes centra Lukovske banje, da li je to u pitanju hotel Kopaonik, Jelak ili novo otvoreni hotel Bela Jela sa 4 zvezdice, zatim masaže, da li parcijalne ili celog tela, određene procedure koje propiše lekar, uz naravno određenu dijetu, čajeve, ukoliko su u pitanju neki personalizovani detoks programi, smanjenje telesne težine i slično. U Prolom banji imamo relativno novi objekat, dakle Velnes i spa zonu koja je na preko 2000 kvadratnih metara i naravno prolomski Velnes užitak je zasnovan na prevenciji, uživanju, relaksaciji, što je opet jedna osnova za kvalitetno i dobro zdravlje. Dakle, ovaj program podrazumeva programsko korišćenje Velnes centra, da li je u pitanju otvoreno-zatvoreni bazen sa prolom vodom ili svet sauna, gde imamo infrasaunu, biosaunu, finsku saunu, tursko kupatilo. Zatim za cirkulaciju tu je knejp staza, dakle kombinacija tople i hladne vode i još jedan džakuzi bazen gde prolom vodi dodajemo so, pa je ta zona mira i opuštanja još nazvana i prolom more. Pored toga tu su masaže u Prolom banji koje kombinuju ruke naših terapeuta i Prolom blato, dakle gde se kombinuje taj manuelni režim, da kažem, sa zagrevanjem tela lekovitim Prolom blatom. Mogu biti masaže celog tela ili parcijalne sa posebnim recimo akcentom na masažu stopala, odnosno refleksologiju i naravno svemu tome treba dodati i aktivan odmor koji dodatno pomaže i doprinosi i zdravlju i pokretima, disanju čistog vazduha, gde recimo smo tu uvrstili ili bajk turu ili šetnju do crkve Lazarice, obilazak našeg etno muzeja, etno restorana i ono što smo dodali tom dobrom osjećaju, wellness sadržajima, spa programu jeste i taj šumski wellness koji je zadnjih godina popularan u svetu. Mi smo dobili sertifikat od Medical Spa asocijacije, dakle organizacije u Srbiji, koja nas je naučila kako zapravo da budemo šumski terapeuti, kako da koristimo dodatno fitoncide, čist vazduh, radan planine i na taj način organizujemo gostima i posebne, dakle, atraktivne šetnje. Prolom banja imunospa je namenjen takođe zdravim osobama i naravno bez obzira na starosnu kategoriju, to je jačanje organizma, punjenje organizma, dakle krvnim zrncima, takođe spajamo medicinski deo, dakle stručan tim Prolom banje, dijagnostiku, i sa, naravno, mogućnostima za medicinsku terapiju, konsultaciju i opet, kažem, kompletno sadržaj, kompletno korišćenje spa zone, uz, naravno, nezaobilaznu jutarnju gimnastiku kraj izvora Prolom vode, uz podnevnu gimnastiku, odnosno hidrokinezi terapiju, dakle vežbe sa fizioterapeutom u bazenu sa Prolom vodom, Pored tog disanja čistog vazduha dodajemo i mogućnost boravka u slanim sobama, opet knejp staza, plivanje u nekom od bazena koji se mogu koristiti tokom zime, tokom letnjih meseci na raspolaganju je akvapark, naravno masaže, magični dodir prolom banja, antistres i opet recimo kao završnica jednog prolom imunospa dana i programa, recimo šumska čajanka na vodopadu Soko koja je udaljena 3 km od samog hotela. Dakle, svi ovi programi su namenjeni gostima kako bi se oporavili nakon bolesti, kako bi prevenirali svoje zdravlje, nisu vezani za određenu ciljnu grupu u smislu starosne kategorije. Bitno je da spajaju medicinu, da spajaju wellness i da su naravno okrenuti prirodi, odnosno da su sve aktivnosti nas zaposlenih u banji zapravo zasnovane na tim prirodnim mogućnostima uz naravno opet naše mogućnosti koje dodatno razvijamo u skladu sa razvojem tržišta, potrebama gostiju i sl.
Thank you very much, Marina. It seems that Prolom and Lukovska spa took the best out of nature and created something to last even after this corona era. We will leave questions for the end of the session. And our next speaker is an experienced sales manager with a demonstrated history of working in the leisure, corporate, and event industry. And today she works as PR manager of thermal spa Fruške Terme. What happens when I is replaced with we? I have the great honor to present you Jelena Ljupčić.
First of all, I would like to say that I'm very glad and proud that 1 year later we are presenting again our resort. So the topics that we are going through my presentation will be how we manage that Vrnjačka from a mining place become one of the fastest growing destination in Serbia. This is how Vrnjačka used to look like, and this is how it looks now. As well, I'm going to talk about wellness as a modern way to prevent diseases and what are the needs of the new age guests. So let's start from the beginning, how it was before. So Vrnjačka in 2012, there were some, of course, advantages, but as well there were some disadvantages. So there is a thermal water, it's an air spa, also there is a fantastic location, and as well continent climb, but there were also some disadvantages. I have a little bit difficult with this. So population was just 3,092 inhabitants as well. That wasn't a touristic destination and didn't have good roads and connection. So, and there was only one hotel renovated, which was renovated a long time ago. So then we can say we are coming on the picture. So in 2012, we opened first hotel, Premier Aqua Hotel, which is a 5-star hotel. Then in 2015, we opened Ethno Complex, Ethno Resort Vrnjačka Kula. Later on, 1 year, sorry, it was 1 year before, but it's fine. Premier Sport Club with sport courts. And then 2019, like the crown of our success, we opened Fruške Terme Resort and Spa. We have here like 3 concepts that we're looking at. So Fruške Terme as a family and conference, Premier Aqua as a luxury and adults only hotel, and Ethno as ethno and adventure. So probably there is a question how we achieve to become one of the fastest growing destinations in Serbia. So we are aware that the environment is very important, so we try to develop as much as we can environmental awareness among our guests and employees. As well, we decide to invest and to develop rural areas such as Vrnjačka, so which brings us that we start employing a lot of local population, which makes that local area such as Vrnjačka to becoming a stability, brings the stability, more jobs, and Vrnjačka just growing up. So what are the results? Last year we got this gold award as for top results in development and affirmation of tourism in Serbia. Beside that, there is also a very good year behind us. We achieved 1,500 room nights, which makes actually almost 80% all United States in Spa-Bradnik, which brings us that we are actually on the 7th place out of all touristic destinations in Serbia according to number of nights. And as well, we are on the 3rd place in Serbia out of all the spas in Serbia. So we believe that words are better than, video is better than just to say words. So that's why I'm going to present you the 3 short videos of our 3 resorts. Can we go to the previous one? And the play. Just for a second. We tried it last time, it worked. Or maybe not. Me again. So actually the first presentation, the first video that you saw was our new project that's going to be in this summer in 2020, but however you see it earlier, we will continue with presentation. So if we look on the period before last year, we can see that there was, the COVID was unfortunately here in our region. So now we are looking what are the usual consequences of COVID. So consequences of the COVID are actually very similar to consequences of busy life, which is muscular weakness, as well as joint pain, and as well as shortness breath, headache, maybe depression, anxiety. So these are all the issues that now guests having. So, but we like to say that we have a cure. So we actually have what we like to say unique combination of thermal water, mountain air, and many sunny days during the year. As well, we offer our guests to do rehabilitation in the hyperbaric chamber, to swimming in thermal mineral water, as well to use the salt room, to do some water aqua aerobic, and as well to walk in the fresh air. And of course, there is many more. What we can see now, we're looking at the page that we want to present what we realize, what are the new age guests' diseases, the wishes, desires and the wishes and requests, and what do we offer. So now we can realize that there is they were more interested in a shorter trip to desired destination. Which is good for us as we are located only 30 minutes away from Novi Sad and 40 minutes from Belgrade Airport. They are focused on cleanness when they're choosing accommodation, which is now very important. So we receive clean and safe certificate issued by the HORES. As well, they're looking for originality instead of uniformity. So we don't have just wellness and swimming pools. We also have like active vacation. So we have the children's scout camp, adrenaline park, and a lot of other things. And as well, the last year came also very popular like leisure, which means business and leisure. So we can say that we have all conditions for undisturbed home office, like we now have within Premier Aqua, we have very popular Premier Manager package. As well, local cuisine or our guests who already came to visit us, they are familiar with the ethno complex Vrnjačka Kula, where we are focused especially on the taste of Srem, as we like to call ukusi Srema. So is it all from us? Answer is no. The new project is coming up in the summer, but you already saw that video. So in the summer of 2020, we're gonna have we will open a thermal Riviera. How we call it, it's going to be 4 more swimming pools, and beside already 8 swimming pools that we have in our hotel, we're going to have 4 more. And beside that, we're going to have a Fruške residence. It's going to be 150 suites where our guests can actually buy it and stay forever in Fruška Gora. So this is all from my side. I am very happy that I have the opportunity to speak here, and I'm sorry that we had some small issues with the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jelena, for an inspirational presentation. And due to those technical issues, I'm really glad that we managed to see all of the 3 videos. I'm glad that developing path of your company is really motivating, and I'm really glad that you're holding on to it and that you're in constant progress. And our 3rd speaker, Wellness System Hydrojet, dry water massage, and spa capsules, wellness treatments, benefits in pandemic times. This sounds so futuristic, and Anna Vučićević, as someone who has 19 years of experience in cosmetic and wellness industry, and today someone who works for Vox Trade as expert consultant for wellness, spa, and beauty salons, will present us this 3rd topic. Anna, the floor is yours.
Zahvaljujem se na najavi. Ovim putem želim svima da poželim dobrodošlicu u Beogradu, Srbiju i preko Zoom aplikacije i da se zahvalim organizatorima što su istrajali u svemu ovome, da i ove godine imamo konferenciju na temu Velnes i spa industrije. Ova godina nam je posebna zato što imamo vreme pandemije i teško vreme za wellness biznis i to je ono što je i tema koju smo i mi ispred kuće Walk Street htjeli da predstavimo, kako pomoći wellness industriji u vreme pandemije. Neće. Da. Ono što smo mi htjeli da predstavimo kao distributeri dve kuće iz wellness industrije, ja sam nešto isključila. Može. Dva proizvođača opreme iz wellness industrije koja su jedna od vodećih u svetu. Jedna je iz Amerike, firma Sibaritih koja postoji 30 godina i ona je inovator i pionir u industriji wellness i spa kapsula. Njihov brend je Velnes USA, od pre par godina su osnovali ovaj brend kao nešto što je, kada je wellness industrija se odvojila od spa i tako su, kada je wellness otišao više ka fitnessu nego ka spa i od tada su krenuli sa brendom Velnes USA. Drugi brend je Well System, to je nemački brend isto sa tradicijom od 20 i više godina i Well System je jedini pravi hidrojet sistem, znači hidrojet vodena masaža i to je njihov patent i sve ostalo je pokušaj kopije toga. I pomoću proizvoda i mašina iz ove dve industrije, ono što smo mi hteli da predstavimo je pomoću ove ponude da se napravi u wellness centru recovery zona ili zona oporavka. Kako pomoću visoko kvalitetnih opreme koja je klinički dokazana sa efektima primene, tretmana i zadovoljstva klijenta na kraju. Prvo ćemo predstaviti Well System Hydrojet suvu masažu. Možda da pustimo sad film da vidimo kako to izgleda, pa ću pričati u toku. Ono što prvo vidimo da je individualni tretman, da je klijent sam na krevetu u kome je voda, gde je aparat priključen na vodu i samo je stajeća voda unutra. Voda se greje i unutra imamo dve vodene pumpe koje masiraju sa određenim pritiskom od 2 do 3,75 bara, gde imamo krevet sa guma materijal koji je jako udoban i gde je klijent obučen, gde možemo da podešavamo tip masaže, način masaže i kojom brzinom vodene kugle da nam se pokreću ispod tela. I ovde sa ovim položajem tela koja devojka ovde pokazuje da je ono što dobijemo posle masaže je to olakšanje celokupnog sistema, opuštanje mišića, zagrejano tkivo, či sve to je ono što nam je prvenstveno rezultat ovog tretmana. Well System nudi novu generaciju premium multisenzorskih sistema koji kombinuju plutanje na vodi, klasičnu snažnu masažu i toplotu kao jedinstvene tretmane koji nude unikatne opcije. Masaža traje 15 minuta ili 20-30 koliko se odredi sama mašina. Ona će da relaksira naš telo i taj mentalni sklop i tu dušu koja nam je u svom ovom post-covid vremenu najviše se napatila. Znači ovde delujemo na sva tri segmenta. Opustit će tenziju u mišićima i umanjiti bol i stimulisat će cirkulaciju krvi i podići bazalni metabolizam. A sve se to dešava dok klijent leži obučen, kao što ste videli. Praktično, pacijenti ili klijenti koji pate od bolova u leđima, koji su pod stresom ili koji imaju udružene bolove ili blokade nerava, mogu imati velike benefite od korišćenja VER sistem hidroterapije. Ono što imamo u još jedan segment u ovom programu je novi sistem koji je VER sistem promovisao prošle godine sa novi modeli koji su nazvani WAVE kao talas. Zašto? Zato što nam je ovo jedini sistem masaže koji nam radi masažu ramenog dela. Znači, taj trapezasti mišić koji nam je opterećen, tu nam je stres, tu je anksioznost, sve nam je u tom ramenom delu i tu je uvek problem blokade i celog sistema. I ovo je mašina koja sa ovakvom ponudom je pokrila i taj segment koji nam pokreće od ramena duž celog tela kompletnu masažu. Sad možemo da pogledamo drugi film gdje ćemo vidjeti kako radi ovaj segment. Ovo je sad već sve digitalno, nove tehnologije. Moram da napomenem da ovde se ne radi vrat, znači atlas se ne dodiruje, nego samo rameni deo. A ovaj deo koji je iznad glave, ovo je dodatak na celu ovu priču koji je spa deo, a spa deo je da imamo muzikoterapiju, aromaterapiju i svetlosnu crvenu terapiju koja nam postiče beauty efekat. Znači, kad imamo ovaj segment i ramenog dela, imamo zdrava leđa koja oslobađaju tenziju i zateža lećni deo leđa, imamo jaka ramena, idealno je za napetost u vratnom i ramenom delu, daje istinsku relaksaciju, masažu koja prija celom telu, lagane noge, jer masaža koja umorne i teške noge čini laganim i postiče energiju. Kompletna masaža celog tela postiže energijski nivo svih ćelija. I VER sistem je, što je najbitnije, izrađen u Nemačkoj po najstrožim kriterijumima kvalitete i bezbednosti standarda kvaliteta Evropske unije. To je ono što nam je VER sistem. Ovde je prikazano sad ovaj spa deo. I šta još treba reći o ovoj mašini? Za one što je problem u wellness centrima, u spa centrima, u salonima, tretmani lica, tela, uvek veliki problem posljednjih par godina je radna snaga. Znači, nemamo kvalifikovano osoblje i uvek je taj manjak osoblja problem u svim centrima. Ovakvi tip mašine ne može da zameni terapeuta, ali može da napravi ljudska ruka u masaži je broj 1, tu nema govora. Ali ovakve mašine mogu da ponude klijentima masažu koja će ih ozbiljno izmasirati, da ih neće boleti, da leža na toplom, da će postići dobru cirkulaciju, da će se opustiti, da će sledeći tretman koji su zakazali u samom centru terapeutu, kad legnu na krevet, da će terapeutu biti mnogo lakše da radi, zato što je klijent oslobođen stresa, zagrejano tkivo, mišić nije u tenziji i da je sama efikasnost terapeuta na mnogo višem nivou i sam terapeut je produktivniji do kraja dana i on se manje zamara, što je jako bitno, jer svi ti terapeuti i maseri troše svoju energiju, a ovde su fokusirani na ono što treba i mnogo manje im treba vremena da dođu do rezultata. I zato je kombinacija ovakvih terapija, mašinskih, da tako kažem, gde su visoke tehnologije primenjene i gde možemo svakako da se fokusiramo na onaj segment tela koji nama, da imamo problem. Jer imaju različite vrste masaža, da možemo da fokusiramo deo tela, tačno tačku gde nam je upaljen nerv, a da recimo terapeut ne može da radi zbog bola, ali topla voda i ovakva masaža klijentu će da prijaju. Tako da je ovo jedna od investicija u wellness centru ili banjskom centru, kako god, je nešto što mašina koja radi za vas i da nije potrebno da osoblje bude tu, odvede klijenta, uključi i taj terapeut ili osoblje koje je došlo je slobodno narednih 15 minuta, 20 ili pola sata. Da može da obavlja neke druge aktivnosti, da drugog sačeka ili da organizuje sledeći tretman koji je zakazan. Tako da su ove mašine za takav vid su izuzetno kompatibilne, a opet s druge strane, kada imamo, pomenuli ste koliko bazena imaju Fruške terme, 8 bazena. I sada bazeni su savršena stvar, ali toliko sati provesti u wellness centru, u delu open zone, gde moramo da imamo dosta sadržaja da bi klijentima ne bi bilo dosadno. Zato im treba, ovo je jedan vid gotovog proizvoda, sadržaj koji je dobar, koji se naplaćuje, znači ne ide gratis, i to je nešto što će, mogu da se masiraju u toku dana jednom, 2 puta, 3 puta, pa idu u vodu, pa idu u saunu, pa se opet vrate, a opet će imati od svakog tog segmenta koji su prošli svoj benefit. Tako da je to, ovo je u svetu, evo malo pre, ne znam da ste primetili, prekinuli smo sesiju kad je Kozmin iz Rumunije govorio za njihove terme. U filmu kod njih se video jedan deo termi koji ima 10 ili 20 ovih kreveta jedan do drugih. I njegovo iskustvo je da su oni krenuli sa 10 kreveta i da su već posle par meseci kupili još 10. Tako da je to nešto što im puno pomaže u njihovim tretmanima. A svakako je, kako se to naplaćuje? Jer postoji sistem kartice, gde može da se preko kartice na recepciji ili na onom sistemu infrareda, gde se na kartici sumiraju svi tretmani koji su prošli kroz centar, koji su se naplaćivali i da se na kraju, na izlasku, to sve plati sa kartice. Ili se kartica koristi kao kreditna, gde je uplaćen iznos za taj tretman, ubaci se u mašinu i to je pokreće. Tako da je strašno je lagano za organizaciju i da mogu klijenti to sami da se tretiraju. Ono što smo rekli da je, znači, telo, i duša je ono što deluje tokom masaže i ono što bi sad, pošto pričamo o vreme pandemije, ono što nam je sada bitno da kada smo redovno na terapijama masaže, da li je to ovako, da li u kombinaciji sa rukom, ono što imamo je, bitno je da se podiže imunni sistem, da se detoksikuje, da imamo bolji san i da smo oslobođeni stresa i anksioznosti. Opet ponavljamo celu priču od danas, jer se na kraju sve svede na ove poslednje 3 stvari. Ono što sledeća mašina koja je u sklopu recovery zone ili zone oporavka je američki proizvod. I sad kako su Amerikanci smislili da u vreme pandemije da nam pomogne infracrvena toplota, znači NIR infrared, infracrveni deo spektra koji je nevidljiv i deo crvenog spektra iz svetlosne terapije. Na primeru kapsula koji je naziv Cocoon Deluxe Fitness Pod. Snaga dualne infracrvene toplote i toplote konvencionalne. Konvencionalna toplota je ona energija koja nam podiže temperaturu tela. Infracrveni zraci odavno se koriste u medicini kao vid terapije i njihovi benefiti su već dobro poznati. jer je medicinski naučno priznato njihovo višestruko pozitivno dejstvo na organizam. Infracrveni zraci prenose toplotu i prodiru duboko u tkivo i na taj način stimulišu metabolizam i poboljšavaju cirkulaciju. Ovo se sve dešava u mašini koju izgledu školjke, gde je VIP tretman, jer je klijent sam u kapsuli, gde imamo dejstvo jedne i druge infracrvene toplote i crvenog svetla. Imamo ergonomski jastuk, imamo masažu, krevet koji namasira i na sve ovo možemo da dodamo kiseonik čist do 95% čistoće, koji će da nam upotpuni priču na podizanju imuniteta i svega. A kako se to sve dešava? S jedne strane, koronavirus oštećuje ćelije, a s druge strane, infracrvena toplota i izloženost crvenom svetlu mogu ojačati odbranu vašeg imunog sistema. Izbacivanjem toksina se pomaže čuvanje imunog sistema, a znojenje je u tome posebno efikasno za izbacivanje teških metala. Daleko je efikasnije od urina. 5 puta više aluminijuma se izbaci, 10 puta više kadmijuma, 14 puta više olova se izbacuje iz tela znojenjem. A sve ove metale, nažalost, mi u poslednjih godina u Beogradu udišemo svaki dan, a da nismo ni svesni toga. Ono što nam je, znači, pored infracrvene toplote, benefiti crvenog svetla i kiseonika zajedno, to je crveno-svetlosna terapija ili probiostimulacija, direktno ubacuje energiju kojom se hrane naše ćelije fotonima i sunca, a veoma slično sunčevoj svetlosti, dok može se zaključiti da se fotoni crvene svetlosti pune naše ćelijske baterije. I važno je imati saveznike u borbi protiv virusa, a to su jak imunni sistem i odbrambena moć organizma. Upravo u tome je velika uloga igraju infracrveni zraci i red light terapija. Red light terapija i near infrared, šta je njihova prednost? Što deluju direktno na nivou ćelije. Znači, tu nam se podiže taj bazalni metabolizam i na samom ćelijskom nivou se sve dešava i da sama ćelija se puni tom energijom kao da je baterija se ispraznila, a mi ovim punimo. I posle tretmana u ovakvim kapsulama, sa ovakvim tretmanom, to je ono što daje životnu energiju. Od serije tretmana ovakvih, ujutru se lakše ustaje, imamo veću volju za životom, mentalni sklop nam je čistiji, znači sve se to spustilo na neki normalan nivo, a sve to je bitno da je ovo se sve dešava na prirodnom nivou. Zato što nam je bitno, jer mi ovakvu ponudu i ovakve mašine nudimo u komercijalne svrhe. A to je bitno zato što nam je klijent koji je došao, mi moramo da napravimo upitnik šta je, kako, jer ima neke probleme, nema, pogotovo kao što je Peđa malo pre pričao šta se dešava posle COVID-a. I onda šta bi tom klijentu ne bi prijalo od svega ovoga, da li visoka temperatura, da li crveno svetlo, mi sve to možemo da isključimo, a da ostavimo ono što radi. Tako da mi tu možemo da pravimo individualne tretmane i pakete prema klijentu sa ostalim uslugama koje imamo u samom centru. I to je ono što u Americi su posle godinu dana korone su radili klinička ispitivanja na ovu temu i sve ovo što sam ispričala, to su kliničke studije koje su dokazale da ove dve energije daju pre i post-COVID, pre COVID da pojača imunni sistem, da se borimo sa virusom i post-COVID za brži oporavak. I sad bih zamolila onaj snimak sa kapsulom da vidite kako to sve izgleda. Ona kapsula, treći snimak. Znači ovde vidimo dodatak kiseonika i onda dobijamo čuvenu kiseoničnu kapsulu koja je na našem tržištu od 2006. godine. Znači prva kiseonična kapsula kad kad je iz Amerike stiglo u Evropu, prve je došla kod nas. I dodato, sve ove kapsule imaju dodatak vežbanja u samoj, dok ležite, da imate taj pasivni fitness, gde nam je u toku tretmana, gde vas vodi, jer su to sve softverski vođene mašine, multisenzorske, gde vas softver vodi kako da radite vežbu, kad ide vežba, kad ide koliko minuta opuštanja, koliko puta uradite. Znači, tako da nam je to jako veliki spektar ponude i ovih mašina, kapsula, i ovde smo izdvojili samo jedan segment, jer smo se pozvali na temu predavanja, a u svakom slučaju multisenzorski sistem. I ta recovery zona oporavka, kao što ste videli, da imamo masažu s jedne strane, vodenu masažu, a s druge strane u suvoj sredini da imamo podizanje bazalnog metabolizma, podizanje telesne temperature, svetlosnu terapiju, i sve to zajedno kada se napravi kao sinergija daje nam izuzetne rezultate. Ne znam. Evo ga. I samo da vratim. Evo, završavam. Sve smo videli koje su recovery zona, metode i benefiti smo prošli, i samo ukratko, investicije u visokokvalitetnu opremu. Kada se ulaže u opremu ovakvog tipa, vi samom investicijom u visoki kvalitet opreme i brenda, vi time podižete nivo vaše ponude i vašeg centra. I kada nudite high class tretmane, vi time privlačite klijente koji to traže i koji to hoće i koji znaju za to, i samim tim može da se i naplati taj tretman kako treba, shodno tome šta će dobiti i koji nivo usluge su dobili. Ovakav tip tretmana je velika pomoć terapeutima, jer su tretmani pre i posle masaže, gde je terapeut više produktivan, što sam malo pre rekla, i za najbolju uslugu je kombinacija visoke tehnologije i terapeuta. I to je to.
Hvala puno.
Hvala vam na pažnji.
Hvala puno, Ana. It seems that this is some better future and a good solution for all of us in tourism. And as our speakers of third session covered almost all the segments of their presentations, I believe that this session was a good example of how threats can be changed into opportunities, and each presentation was the encouraging and motivational story for wellness and overall tourism industry. Thank you for having us here in third session and for your following.
Our next keynote speaker is Ms. Svetlana Strailović, Director of the Association of Rehabilitation Centers of Serbia. She will talk about challenges in the pandemic and the Serbian government support to the thermal medical spas.
Dobar dan. Ja ću predstaviti, evo, sa temom koju ste čuli, znači one izazove i probleme sa kojim smo se susretali ove poslednje 2 godine. Znači, ukratko nama, mi smo udruženje koje nastalo u prošlom veku 1979. godine i naše članice su trenutno 21 zdravstvena ustanova koja se nalazi u banjama Srbije i to su rehabilitacioni centri koji se, osim medicine, znači spajaju i programe lečenja, prevencije, Velnes i spa programa i naši ciljevi su pre svega očuvanje rehabilitacije i termomineralnih izvora, kao i naša saradnja sa institucijama sistema, pre svega Ministarstvom zdravlja, Fondom zdravstva i Ministarstvom turizma i drugima. Ono što je karakteristično za naše ustanove, samo ću reći, to je da spajaju medicinu sa lečenjem, mislim, osim savremenih tretmana i medicinskih procedura, koriste i prirodno lekovite faktore kao što su termomineralna voda, blato i gas. 2020. godinu počeli smo svi veoma uspešno, imali smo puno posla, da tako kažem, međutim u martu 2020. znači došlo je do tog šoka i velikog izazova, ustanove su prestale sa radom, naravno, mnoge od njih su čak ušle u tu crvenu zonu, odnosno morale su da pomognu zdravstvenom sistemu Srbije, pošto nije bilo dovoljno kapaciteta i trebalo je da zbrinjavaju pacijente obolele od COVID-a. To ne samo da je bio zdravstveni izazov, već pre svega i finansijski izazov za sve nas. Ja sam preskočila. To je bio, znači, finansijski izazov. Nije bilo klijentele, nije bilo ni pacijenata koji dolaze preko Republičkog fonda za zdravstveno osiguranje, jer deo kapaciteta koristimo i dajemo na raspolaganje Fondu zdravstvenog osiguranja po ugovoru i on za to plaća, naravno ispod ekonomske cene, a ostali kapaciteti se koriste za taj takozvani medicinski turizam, za Velnes i spa, za prevenciju i to nam donosi dodatna sredstva jer smo specifične zdravstvene ustanove u državnoj svojini. Od ovih 21, 18 je u državnoj svojini, ali se specifičan i način finansiranja, tako da kad je nastala pandemija, mi nismo mogli da imamo podršku države, a pogotovo smo bili zabrinuti zbog ličnih dohodaka koje treba isplatiti. Naše ustanove zapošljavaju 8.000 radnika, od toga je polovina zdravstvenih radnika, a baš u vreme kad je otpočela pandemija, država je zbog situacije u kojoj su se našli zdravstveni radnici povećavala plate, što je dodatno opteretilo naše budžete. Tako da se desilo da je sama zdravstvena kriza zajedno sa finansijskom krizom, koja je naravno pogodila sve, država je davala određena sredstva i pomagala, znači, turizmu i privredi, međutim, mi nismo nikako potpadali pod tu pomoć, odnosno zato što smo državna ustanova. Znači, to je bilo vezano za privatni sektor i kad smo se malo oporavili, da tako kažem, posle tog prvog udara, preko leta je bilo nešto posla, jer su mere prestale, odnosno bile su ublažene i onda smo odlučili, ali smo znali šta nas čeka na jesen i preko zime, znači već je bio najavljen i novi talas i da će pandemija trajati i onda smo odlučili da uradimo tu analizu finansijsku, gde smo uradili za period mart-avgust i shvatili da su nedostajuća sredstva za 17 rehabilitacionih centara 10 miliona eura. imali smo smanjenu, naravno, evo, tu su podaci, neću ponavljati. Država je na kraju godine 2020. uplatila sredstva rehabilitacionim centrima i to je zaista poboljšalo situaciju. Uspeli smo da prođemo i početak sledeće godine, da kažem, likvidno. Na kraju 2021. koja je bila nešto lakša, obzirom da se više, da je manje bilo tih zatvaranja, da je manje bilo ograničenja, da tako kažem, počela i vakcinacija i onda su se ljudi više opustili, tako da su preko leta rehabilitacioni centri uspeli da se blago, da kažemo, oporave, tako da je na kraju 21. su samo je 5 rehabilitacionih centara dobilo pomoć u iznosu od 600.000 eura za isplatu ličnih dohodaka. Post-COVID rehabilitacija, odnosno simpozijum koji je održan u maju 2021. godine, ta potreba da se o tome diskutuje nastala je zapravo zato što su kako su lečili pacijente, znači od COVID-a, naši lekari su ustanovili da postoji, znači, tegobe koje ostaju posle preležane bolesti i javila se potreba da se o tome razgovara. Organizovali smo taj simpozijum i da je bilo gde su lekari razmenjivali mišljenje u vezi toga, tako da se ustanovilo da postoje razni problemi kao što su otežano disanje, bolovi u mišićima, slabost srca i tako dalje. I posle tog simpozijuma odlučili smo da se obratimo Ministarstvu zdravlja za promenu pravilnika o indikacionim područjima, odnosno da se uvede post-COVID rehabilitacija za pacijente koji su preležali COVID i da se ona obavlja u našim rehabilitacionim centrima u Banjama. Još uvek nismo došli do kraja, tu smo u procesu i za sada, znači, postoje takvi tretmani u nekim od naših banja, ali samo za pacijente, odnosno one koji plaćaju, da kažem, iz svog džepa, ali se nadamo da će vrlo skoro država, odnosno Ministarstvo zdravlja, da uvede i za sve ostale besplatnu rehabilitaciju koja se odnosi na pacijente koji su preležali koronu. Eto, toliko od mene. Hvala na pažnji.
Hvala vama, thank you. And we have the last session. The last session is on post-COVID rehabilitation and preventive programs in medical spas and health resorts, members of the European Spas Association. Moderator is Csilla Mezosi, General Secretary of the European Spas Association.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and we had really great and very informative presentation today. As the European medical spas developed in our member countries, I would say even 90% of our member countries developed the new competencies and specialized program for post-corona treatments, long COVID treatments. We are delayed, so if you don't mind, I will make it very short, and I had to change some speakers. And first, I would like to ask Mrs. Marina Lalli from Italy, who is the president of Federturismo, which unites all entrepreneurs in Italy tourism, which is a huge industry. She's also vice president of Federterme and also in the board of the European Spas Association. She managed as a family company also Terme Margherita Savoia in the region of Bari, I would say maybe, you know, Apulia. And they, in Italy, even with the University Bari, they could make an authorized post-corona treatments, and she will share with us also the program and the medical results. So Marina, please, the floor is yours, as I know you have to leave sooner. as other speaker.
Thank you very much, Csilla. It is wonderful to see everybody again, even if only through a screen, but at least the contact is back. I'll try to be very quick because I know that there are other speakers that have some issues, and so I'll go very, very quick. Csilla, are you going to project the slides, or should I?
Normally, yeah, it's better if you do it, or the technicians have it already because you send it.
Yes, I do. If they cannot, then I can maybe try and share my screen.
Yeah, please. That would be the better solution.
So I'll go with this and try to share. Well, not sure if I can do it. I'll try and just talk about it, and then we'll see if the technicians can go around. So what we did was during the year of 2020, when the pandemic was really striking very much everybody, and maybe Italy first, we started to understand that maybe with the thermal waters, we could try and help people that had overcome respiratory issues. And so we started to talk with the University of Bari, and thank you very much. We started to talk to University of Bari to try and see if we could put up a protocol that was convincing enough for them with our water, and to actually try and treat patients. The next one, please. So we talked to the University of Bari. We talked also to the our local health unit in order to design this protocol all together and try to treat the patients after they had COVID. And next, please. So what we put together was convincing enough for the Puglia region, and in the middle of 2021, they authorized us with what they called a day service package, which combined some treatments that we're going to see now for a rehabilitation of the post-COVID patients. And the important thing that was that all this was done at the expense of the Puglia region. So our local government was going to pay for the treatments in order for the patients to have the treatments in our place. Next, please. So what happened was that we, of course, had the ambition to help these patients to overcome all the problems that they had, which were mostly pain, weakness, asthenia in general. And the thing was that many of these symptoms were with the patients for a long time, even patients that had had COVID a long time before. Next, please. And so what we offered in this day service package was a 12 days package. So people had to come or stay for 12 days, and they were going to have inhalation treatments. So the kind of treatments that we will usually have for people with respiratory problems, but also pulmonary ventilations, and then treatment of the effect of phlebopathies for those patients that were forced into a bed, a hospital bed, for many, many days. And then in general, rehabilitation treatments for the respiratory tract, and also spirometry and gait tests, so the test for walking. And then there was an initial and a final evaluation with a medical doctor, with questionnaires in order to verify
that the effects of the rehabilitation was actually taking place, because then, of course, the region, after paying, wanted to be sure that they were paying for something that was giving good effects. And next, please. We were able to do this because our water have decongestant, moisturizing, antioxidant, and anti-inflammatory properties. And so they were indicated to for these treatments in the inhalation and in the pulmonary ventilation. Next, please. And we also added the bath with the hydromassage and also the hydrokinase therapy. You can see that there is a person, an endocrinology therapist, that was actually telling people what to do in order to improve the circulation in the lower limbs and of the muscle in general, the muscle tones. Please, next. And the other nice thing was that the fact that they were actually doing this therapy all together also favored the socialization of the patients, because this morning we were listening to some of the presentations that were actually insisting on how important was the mental wellness. And so for patients that had terrible experiences with COVID, as it was in the first part in 2020, the fact of being together, sharing together the overcome of a problem was also a very important thing. Adding it with working in the water, recovering of respiratory and motor functions. And so that was something that was helping both physically and mentally. And next. So basically the results of these projects were that in 2021 we treated, at the expense of the region, 394 patients. The very important part was that 90% of the patients were extremely happy, and they said even in the 12 days that we're there that they could really feel an improvement. They were saying that they couldn't just walk a flight of stairs, and then after only 3 days of treatment, they were finding an improvement in that. The average of the age of the people was 55 years, and we experienced many improvements in many areas. And therefore, I'm pretty sure they will reconfirm for this summer this same treatment for the patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Marina Lalip. We are happy that Italy, who was on the first wave really very much in the bad news, and you could show also how to develop programs and how to put biology on the part of the public health. And we know that Federterme made also a great lobby, and now you have 50 million euro for medical spa treatment. Congratulations for that. Even I know that it doesn't work 100%, but at least it's a big step to promote the medical effects.
It is. It has been a very good help. We're still working. We have been working for the whole winter, so it has been a good help.
So that's definitely a very good way of communication, that medical spas exist, and they have not only relaxing programs, also very serious, as you have shown us, also evidence-based result. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just because of the time pressure, I have to ask Mrs. Janka Zalashekova from the Slovak Spa Association, who is also in the European Spa, the leader of the medical group. And Slovakia was the first country in Europe who changed the law and could get the first authorized post-corona treatments paid 100% by the National Health Insurance. Mrs. Zalashekova, please show these fantastic competencies from Slovakia.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for invitation. I am waiting for my presentations. Please put it to the screen. I start with talking. The medical spas in Europe, of course, is the traditional European heritage. And next slide, please. And based on local natural healing remedies on the ground, the sea, the climatic conditions suitable for treatment, or therapy concept after Kneipp, Priesnitz. And all the centuries, our spa locations are also the places linked with health and of course with well-being. Nowadays we're talking about the wellness, but wellness with medical background. All this is used for three types of programs: for preventive programs, for therapeutical programs, especially for chronic diseases, and rehabilitation, also early rehabilitations after injuries, operations, etc. And from our spa point of view, I can say we can define health that it is the human environment balance between capacity of humans and requirements of some special situations in the life, for example, like illness or in time of aging. And the balance can be effectively formed again and again by our power in some special situations in the life. And the spa remedies and spa tools can help to optimize this balance. Of course, then what is how we can reach the benefits from the spa therapy? It is always stimulus without medicaments, without pharmacotherapy, with our tools. Then came the reactions from our body, and what we are want to have, it is the adaptation. New adaptation for special situations in our life. Next slide, please. The spa therapy is always complex therapy. It is not only balneotherapy using, as I mentioned, these remedies, but it is in combination with physiotherapy or recognized methods, ergotherapy, the physical medicine tools like thermotherapy, mechanotherapy, light therapy, etc., psychotherapy, of course, speech therapy, if it is needed, dietotherapy, it must be everywhere in every spa in Europe. And what is very important nowadays, it is education. And education also how to sort information, how to find the good sources of information. You know, everywhere you can find miracle diets, miracle therapies, etc., that in 3 days you will be healthy. But we must educate our clients how to do it. And what is very important in the medical spas, that all therapies must individually fit to client after medical examination. Next slide, please. Yes, pandemic of COVID-19 in medical spas. It was last 2 years in the Slovak spa under the post-COVID syndrome. We starting on October 2020. I informed about our program also here in Serbia years before. And what was our goal was that last year in 2021, it was paid by all insurance companies in Slovakia, the 3 weeks treatments in spa with under the diagnosis post-COVID syndrome. It was very important. We have the first results. We are now in the phase to make the statistic, etc. The results are very good, and I am very happy. But I must say nowadays that post-COVID syndrome is not only SPA call in nowadays. We have now urgent call for primary prevention, for strong preventing SPA program in nearly future. Next slide, please. And why I am talking about this? Please don't think that primary prevention in SPAs is direct prevention of infectious diseases. It is not. But primary prevention can minimize risk factors that affect the progress of infection and its long-lasting health consequences. And other benefits of SPA therapy during pandemic, it was mentioned also before my presentation, what problems we solved during the pandemic. Next slide, please. In this slide, you see it is not my slide. You can see the link that main risk factors of severe course of COVID-19 and developing post-COVID syndrome is obesity and immunity disorders, very important. But we know from before, and we have enough evidence-based research that obesity, it is risk factors also for others, non-communicable diseases, not only linked with post-COVID syndrome. Next slide, please. Here is another slide, and we can see it is from Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, US Department. You see that obesity was really very serious risk factor for for hospitalization with COVID-19. You see severe obesity when body mass index is more than 40, it is 4.5 more than in the people with normal body mass index. Next slide, please. It is why now it is impossible to say that obesity is only excess of fat cell. This is not true. Adipose tissue releases many active substances that can influencing the brain, metabolic pathways, and of course, immune system. Next slide, please. Adipocytes, it is the fat cells, especially from visceral adipose tissue, produce many bioactive mediators like adipokines, cytokines, chemokines, growth factors that affecting immune system. Changing immunity response creates chronic inflammatory environment in the body. The obese people, they have rising all these mediators of inflammation. It can change immunity response, or there is not immunity response, or can be so-called cytokine storm, that because you have too much cytokines produced by adipose tissue. Also, we know that this change also insulin resistance, and it is a risk factor for many other diseases. For example, I put here that adipose tissue rich of blood vessels is very good environment for cancer cells. It is why we say that obesity is risk factor also for cancer. Next slide, please. European spas with exceptional natural healing resources with long tradition are in many countries in Europe integral part of healthcare system. The therapeutic methods of physiatry and rehab medicine with added value of natural healing resources used for balneotherapy can give us the possibility for this effective early rehabilitation, management of chronically ill patients, primary prevention. And we can go ahead. Next slide, please. And we can now focusing our activities also, I hope, in our ESPA, European Spas Association, for main problems. And main problems we know are overweight, obesity at any age as risk factor for cardiovascular diseases, cancer, diabetes, etc., osteoarthritis, osteoporosis, also for several causes of COVID. Then, very important what is increasing immunity disorders, also in children age. It is, I can say, very urgent. And of course, increasing mental health problems. It is also a very big problem for all, we can say, very high developed countries in the world. Next slide, please. And prevention. It is multimodal behavioral interventions, health education, physical activities under control of qualified personnel, healthy nutrition and eating habits, management on psychosocial stress, psychohygiene, motivation, and also motivation to personal responsibility for your own health. It is really very important not to be very passive. Our clients must be active and must be responsible for the health status. And all this can build new habits of healthy lifestyle and can enhance health-related quality of life. Next slide, please. The most important preventive program on the present, from my point of view, is obesity preventing therapeutic program, building immunity preventing program, and burnout preventing program. These three, I think, are the most important in this COVID and post-COVID era. And I put one source from Italian colleagues, very nice title, Balneotherapy and Human Immune Function in the Era of COVID-19. I see Marina Lali. I think this information for her is not new. Thank you. Next slide, please. And always in Slovakia, we want to be ahead with this program. And this obesity program in Slovakia exists 5 years. And it is not fully paid by insurance companies, but it is okay. It is only partly paid by health insurance company, but the other is self-payers. And if somebody self-pay for program, it is also motivation to be more active. It is okay if such a type of program, it is not fully paid by insurance companies. They have nowadays a lot other problems. And you can see here what kind of clients can come to this program. Body mass index more than 30 or body mass index more than 28. It is classified as overweight, but they must be another one risk factor, or diabetes, or hyperlipidemia, or hypertension. And what is necessary? This program is 10 days program. We call him I Am Starting Fight with Obesity. It is the name of the program. There is initial examination by medical doctor, then obesity evaluation, for example, by in-body testing, etc. Then it is testing of physical capacity by sport trainer using spiroergometry. Then laboratory testing focused on metabolism, Then individual plan is prepared for physical activity using what fit to each one, or Nordic walking, or swimming, or some combination, and also some sports with professionals, hydrokinesiotherapy, and all the time is continuing continual monitoring of the physical activity during the day. Of course, there is the balneotherapy, physical medicine linked with the special problems of obese people. Then individual nutrition plan made by nutritional specialists. Once more, education. Also, we are focusing for internet miracle diets, and they are practically involved to the food preparation. And there is also psychological intervention, special anti-stress training, because stress is many times the risk factor for obesity. And in the end of these 10 days, we prepare individual program for next 3 months. It is our Slovakian program, and it is on the market 5 years. Next slide, please.
Please reduce the presentation because...
Yes,
yeah, thank you.
I am in the end.
Thank you.
It is that medical spas in Ivros must be part of WHO program, that rehabilitation and prevention must be priorities for 21st century. And I hope that we will be in. Next slide, please. It is last. Modern people wish not only live longer, but to have acceptable quality associated with the health at any age. Increased longevity with a quality of life is an empty price. Health expectancy is more important than life expectancy. It was said by a former Director General of WHO, Mr. Hiroshi Nakayama, and it's true. Thank you very much. Last slide, please. Thank you very much for your attention. All stay healthy. Be prepared for new programs in our spas. And I am very sorry I must leave because I have in next room, we have the meeting. We are in Piešťany and we have meeting with Ministry of Transportation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And this meeting, just to tell you also the next step, the next Congress of the European Spa Association will be in Slovakia between the 21st and 23rd of September. And I hope we can talk more deeply and also in a person about the result. And that's the case today, that we don't want to talk, but we prepared. Nowadays, we have also fantastic medical result, and that's what we want to share with each other about the best practice and how to learn from each other. So thank you very much. And thank you. And I would like to announce Mrs. Csilla Kaczarova, the president of the Bulgarian Spa Association and vice president of European Spa. I can say that one of the winners of the ESPA Innovation Award for post-corona treatment came from Bulgaria. And we know that climate health resort and thermal spas play also a very important role. And you put on your flag, prevention must also paid by the health insurance companies. So Csilla Kaczarova, please.
Thank you very much, dear Csilla. I would like to ask the IT people to put my presentation, and please put it on the slide post-corona treatment. But before that, I would like to say special thank you to Natasha, who organized this excellent forum for us, second, third, 12th time. Also I would like to say that it is very important that your Secretary of State, Mr. Nestorovic, is supporting this event. It means that Serbia is showing a really strong wish to develop health tourism, and you are on the right way. I'm telling this sitting in my office in Berlin, because I am sharing my time between Berlin and Bulgaria. And Csilla, you can see behind me, this is one climatic health resort. Thanks to the health tourism, our health destinations succeeded to survive during this very, very difficult period after COVID. And currently, the most sustainable destinations in Bulgaria are the ones who develop health tourism. Of course, in a combination with ski tourism in the winter and summer beach holiday tourism in the summer. I don't see my presentation and I don't want to go into details.
We see it.
Okay, but please, can you put it on the slide with the Seftopolis Hotel? That was the program that received the award for the best, the most innovative post-corona program. I would like also to say that Serbia had a winner in the Innovation Awards 2019. That was Medica Aqua, and I really would like to see again Serbia to apply in Pještani. We will have our 9th edition of ESPA Innovation Award, because what I saw, I was sitting the whole day watching what you did, and it is excellent. I'm really impressed how Serbia developed, and wish you really good luck. Our health resorts last 2 years focus more on the prevention, health prevention. The programs were focused on two directions. First, to strengthen the immune system using the natural healing resources, the healing climate, and of course thermal waters, and also post-corona treatments for those customers that needs fresh air, and of course not the programs we offer in our medical spas. We have at the moment 30 certified medical spas. They are focused on people that can be out of the hospital environment. I don't see my presentation. I see you, Csilla. Hopefully, Natasha can...
please go to the slides after the introduction. No more, more deeply.
Yeah.
Next one.
Yeah, next one, please, because I need to leave after 2 minutes. I'm sorry, but I need to run. I have also something to, some other personal appointment. Streamon Garden, this program is prepared by Dr. Tatjana Angelova. She is also working together with Dr. Železakova in the medical committee in ESPA, and it is done in the city of Kustendil, not far from the boundary with Serbia. The next one, please, Seftopolis, if possible. I would like to say that unfortunately we still didn't receive confirmation from the health ministry that post-corona treatment can be paid also in the private health resorts and private medical spa hotel certified by the Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Health. And we are in discussions and debates at the moment with our Ministry of Health. Hopefully we will receive a green line. Next slide, please. Csilla, I prefer not to go into details. The programs are from mainly with 7-day stay until most of them are 14-day stay, and they offer care focus on the problems with the respiratory tract, obesity, and burnout. These 3 topics are also the main pillar in the program offered by my colleagues. I would like to
the next slide.
It is not moving. I hope that, look, this presentation, I'm sure it is free, so it can be given to everyone that is interested. And of course, if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer it. I would like to wish to the forum successful end, and stay healthy. And until we meet again, Natasha, hope to see you in Pještani in September. Also, all of the colleagues. Good luck.
Thank you very much. And I'm really sorry because I know the presentation, there were at least 10 different subjects on post-corona treatments. And I don't know if you follow also the chat, but the European Spa Association, on behalf of the Innova Spa, by a big Interreg European program, we started with a questionnaire, and we tried to collect also the information on a national level, but also about each existing post-corona long COVID treatments in medical spas. So please be so kind, and if you have such great developed programs, please fill this survey, and you can help also to show our new competencies on the European Union level and to help each other on the national level. Our next speaker, coming from Romania, our Vice President, Juliana Tașie, and she is also the Vice President of the owners of the spas in Romania, and also member of many international other associations, representing the #1 big spa hotel chain, Ana Hotel. So, Juliana, I would like to give you the floor, as Romania has many different natural remedies and how you integrate it in the post-corona treatments. The floor is yours. Please mute your microphone. Now, we don't hear your voice. Again, back. Now you are without voice. Maybe you can put it louder because we don't hear you. I don't know. I don't hear you, but maybe the others.
We don't have it at all.
No, we don't hear you.
We don't have it at all. Try to test your audio again. Zoom. Or unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes. No, it's okay.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yes? Okay. Maybe it's not working with my headphones. It's okay now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for me. It's a pleasure to be here and listen to all the experts before me, from my colleagues from ESPA, but not only. It is a very interesting change of information between us. It's clearly that all of us tried to change things in the direction in the last 2 years because of the pandemic. But we will try to show what happened in Romania for the last 2 years. Please be so kind, and I will share the screen because I think it's working easier like that, if it's possible.
You see
now, you can see it, yeah?
Try full screen.
Full screen, it's okay? Like that, yeah? So, as previous colleagues mentioned, all of us had challenges, but in the same time opportunities. In Romania, we were also closed during the pandemic in the beginning, in all the balneary treatments, in all the indoor pools. But this made us more stronger to change the things in the direction of the relation with the government, because we needed to support the balneary and health resorts. We needed to keep the job of the thousands of highly trained staff. We needed to keep the investors happy to continue to do the investments in the resort. So we are trying to communicate different to our colleagues, our people in the country, to understand the benefits and the extraordinary things that we have in Romania related to the treatment. Somehow we managed to have our voice in a different way towards the citizens in Romania, and not only to our authorities, to make them understand that the balneology will be the second front for the treatment in the future, taking in consideration what was going on with the pandemic, and not only. In this situation, of course, like the other colleagues of mine, we realized that we had more and more infections. So we needed to have prepared something in the private spas, meaning the post-COVID and long-COVID packages. As my previous speakers mentioned, we did the same as a structure. We have the personalized medical consult. We use the balneary treatment for natural with natural factors that I will show you on the way in different packages. But we added up, as my colleague Janka mentioned, the coaching on healthy lifestyle, importance of exercise, connection with the nature. This is are important to add up to any treatment that we might do to clear up this virus from the people infected. Of course, in the final, they have the evaluation and the recommendation at the end of the program, but also follow up and suggestions from the guests, which were very helpful. We had the full recovery. As results, we had also full recovery. We have boosting the immune system. But mostly for the younger people, it was important to have complete induction in the day-to-day life. I will show you quickly, because we are running out of time, the packages we developed, 3 or 4 types that we have in Romania. One is on the seaside. It's a recovery in post-COVID program of 6 and 12 days. It included a lot of exercise, daily exercise in salty water that we have here in the lake, using also the mud to reduce the contractures and muscles and joint pain. We used, being on the seaside, the seawater aerosols. We added up some normal spa treatment, like therapeutical massages, lymphatic drainage. But all of them were in the direction of respiratory difficulties and muscular recuperation, anxiety, and depression. As I go further, we go in the middle of the country in Ensana Ursina Health Spa. We have a respiratory recovery here, especially related to the medical part of the ones who used to have problems, who didn't have any problems, but they developed the respiratory difficulties, but not being with the cardiac problem before. Here you can see the inhalation with salty water, the aerosols, the mud treatment, medical massage. They did it in the same direction. They used also the Pride salt mine. We go in the west part of the country, in Băile Herculane, where we had the Phoenix package, similar to the respiratory difficulties. They have here the highest clear air from many area in Europe, negative ions, a lot of them, which help them to keep the people outside in the forest to do their activities and to learn how to breathe again in order not to have bad respiratory. And in the same time, using some balneary procedures in bath in sulfuric water, hydrokinetics in the sulfuric water pool, medical and wellness massages. We go to the Palace Govora, Palace Spa in Băile Govora. We had the package Respiro Max, 5 days. Medical examination, of course, like all of the packages. Here we have also another very special area in the middle of the forest, where we used also the air, but in the same time all the sulfuric waters, a lot of different types of springs that we gathered here. In Balvanioși, we go back in the middle of the country. We have Healing Land, a very special place who already had a special prize in ESPA contest. They develop a very modern package to say to combine the wellness part of their activity to some medical one, using also the natural mofetas in the area. But all the packages were having in there behind some studies. I will go through a few of them because there are many developed in Romania by the National University. First of all, it's one developed by the University of Ovidiu of Constanța with some important experts there. They put it in, they showed in a person who had a very difficult recovery of post-COVID, how good was the activity in the salt water. Hydrokinetotherapy helped them to ease the activity of the body weight, making them easier to rehabilitate from the issues of related to the muscular or other pains the patient had developed because of the COVID. After that, we have another study in the University of Oradea in the Faculty of Medicine, where they look on the fact they choose the 18 active employed subjects between 35 and 60 years who had difficulties to return back to work. After they use the rehabilitation techniques, massages, electrotherapy, relaxation, and other exercise related to the effort tolerance, they had a better sleep. They returned to the job, almost 50% of them. They managed to recover themselves. Of course, the most important activity in the post-COVID is related to the pulmonary rehabilitation. Here also we had a study in Iași, in the University of Medicine and Pharmacy. They realized the same thing, that if you use the proper activity to develop the pulmonary recuperation, like respiratory gymnastics, training for those efforts, like I mentioned in the other study, nutritional and psychological counseling, it results to bring back to a favorable evolution, rapid social integration of these people, doesn't matter the age. They were speaking here of a middle-aged person, 51 years old, who was very hit by the infection with the COVID. The final one that I want to present is related to the seaside again. My colleagues here on the seaside pushed and showed something that we all know, that the thalassotherapy is very important. It's helping a lot the body, especially in the idea of increasing the immune defense for a future or even after the infection with the COVID. There was an interesting detailation here. I will not go through because we are running out of time, but it's clearly that the seaside is very benefiting for the ones who wants to clear up after their infection period, or not even with very heavy sequels. They should take it seriously as a solution to improve their immune system. But what we tried, I'm coming now to what we want to change lately in Romania. We want to move forward from these packages of recuperation to a general idea and a general input in the fact that we need well-being. We need to be healthy. Doesn't matter the period we are passing by. The fact that in the last year we didn't pay too much attention to our immunity, and we were easy on taking pills instead of using the natural resources around us. The new generation of the activity here shows us that we have to move forward and change things to a better idea. Body and mind health means lasting a valuable human relationships. This means love, inner peace, rest and calm, relaxation. So all of them are important for us, and we have to add them to our life, day-to-day life. So this is why we are focusing now in Romania on prevention, health, and what it means prevention, health and longevity. The spas in Romania are not taking in consideration just the medical part. It's sure that we use here the recovery therapies with the natural factors that Romania has all over the place, like Csilla mentioned before. But in the same time, we have to look for the mind and combine it in the treatment that we are providing. Even if we add some other materials like therapeutic salts, plants, any other environment, climate, organic oils, for the famous Gerovital that everybody knows. We finally want to bring it to a different concept of looking for preventive measures, meaning that in order to reduce the stress of the day-to-day life, to boost our health, we need to take care of everything in one place, the mind and the body. Spa treatment clearly is a response to the viral aggression by stimulating and strengthening the non-specific immunity, and also restores the functional capacity. All my colleagues before presented that. But in the same time, we have to take in consideration that it's helping also the system by reducing the chronic diseases, meaning that in this way we don't have to spend so much money on medicine, on hospitalization. This can help us, everybody, to have a better and different life for the future. And now I think we are more convinced than ever. In the final, I just want to present Romania, the way we have all these treatments everywhere, all these natural resources. We are ready to develop more, to let people understand that they can combine pleasure, relaxation with the treatment. In order to attract as much as possible the Romanian country people here to visit all these places and benefit in their health. What can I say? Romania, it's clearly a hearing experience. It's now more important than ever. And we will try with the help of the local authorities, but also on the European panel, together with ESPA, we are trying to prove even more that all our countries, not just Romania, has this extraordinary benefit of the natural resources, that they have to be taken seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Juliana. First of all, because of this wide perspective of medical competencies, how many different natural remedies can be used. And I'm very happy that we see the presentation about the occupational retraining, because that could be also a very important subject on the European level. And I guess all information today help us also to develop in other countries. And as I said, please use this survey what we developed in the last days, and we send it to the national organization, because we will have a really strong power and message and the EU for Health program, and hopefully we can influence also in the call.
We are.
So thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce and to welcome Patrice Irlekova from Ensana Hotel. We heard already that in Romania, does it exist? Ensana is only hotel chain in Europe which is dedicated for health. And Patrice is board member of the marketing and sales of the Ensana Health Hotel chain, board of the Karlovy Vary Destination Agency, which was the first one actually who developed voucher system, spa COVID voucher system for all European citizens. And she's also a member of the Czech Marketing Association, and you have to know that the Czech Republic promotes it internationally already for more than a year, all these extra competencies of the medical spas. And the slogan that she used in the company, the healing power of the nature, it's really very impressive. And that's what we should use. So I don't know, Patrice, are you online? I have seen you. Yeah, okay, so welcome. And I give you the floor to present the study which was a winner of the Innovation Award as the first result of post-corona treatments in Europe.
So good afternoon. Can you see my presentation, please?
No. We hear you well, but the technicians will provide
the okay.
But you send it. If
yeah, okay.
I can share it as well, but can we get a feedback from the technician if they receive?
We don't have a presentation. You should. You have an option to share screen.
Patrice, can you share it on your screen?
You have
I try it. You can see the presentation or not?
No.
At the moment. No.
And can you open my presentation or not?
No, we don't have your presentation.
They don't have it, okay. I try to. Give me just 1 second, please. I will start to talk and I try to, my technicians.
Also about opening, because I have it as well. Just a second.
Can you see it now or
just not?
Just
full screen, please. It's okay, we see, but just full screen.
Yeah, okay. I try to find it. It's better. Like you can see the screen.
Yes.
Yes.
If you can put it full screen, that would be better.
I put it already.
Okay, then go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry. I asked my colleague just to make it. Marky, jak to tam můžeš dát to na full screen a oni to nevidí? Oni to nevidí. No tady, počkej, jsme to dělali.
If you just press F5, we're going to start full screen automatically.
Yeah.
Just press F5.
Yeah, we did it. There's F5. F5, that's much more. They don't have it here. Tak to je. So it's not full screen yet?
No. Well, look, you can, yeah, now it's perfect.
Okay, good. Thank you. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the post-COVID study in Mariánské Lázně. We are a member of the Ensana Health Spa Hotels in Czech Republic. We are based in a traditional spa town called Mariánské Lázně, and we have a very long tradition of the treatment for these respiratory diseases. And we have a lot of reasons for that, and one of them is also a climate of Mariánske Lázně. This is the basis of our therapy. So our spa is situated 700 meters above sea level, so it's almost foothill climate, and that's the reason why we have such a clean air that we are using for the treatment of respiratory diseases. So I told you this 700 meters above sea level, and we are using, as you already mentioned, the power of nature. We are using the nature sources in Mariánske Lázně. They are the mineral springs, nature mud, and also this is the medicinal nature gas for all of our treatments. What I would like to talk today, it's about our study that had a goal to research the effect of a spa rehabilitation program for the clients. They suffer from a heavy COVID or heavy pneumonia after the COVID. So we have different factors that we focus on, and we would like to know how effectively our spa treatments are for the healing of this problem. I already spoke about the climate therapy, but the core of our programs are the certified physiotherapists. They are really soul of the program, and they have a certification for this pulmonary rehabilitation. And we were very happy that we were one of the first in Czech Republic and in Europe that they can work with this physiotherapist. So what was the aim of the new program? So it was the returning the client back to a full active life. I must say that in our system, the rehabilitation program was also covered by the health insurance company in Czech Republic. So they are the 3 week stay, and 1 week is for 24 treatments with medical checkup and of course consultation during the program and the final medical examination after that. So what was the main goals of the program? It was a restoration of a psychological health and peace of mind. We already mentioned this body and mental health is so important. Restoration of physical condition and overall strengthening of the organism and the immunity. But we would like also to have a measurable effects of the vital capacity of the lungs. So our pulmonary rehabilitation program consists of 3 phases, and we have 3 weeks stay. I spoke about initial examination. So by the medical checkup by the doctor, they measure spirometry, oximetry, walking stress test for 6 minutes, and kinesiological analysis. The treatment were in 3 blocks, 21 spa treatments per week, but it was totally focused on the respiratory physiotherapy, and also we use a drinking cure as the other 3 spa treatments per week. And the final examination, we also measure the results of our clients with spirometry, oximetry, walking stress test, and kinesiology analysis, that we would like to know what was the improvement of the client's health after 3 weeks stay in our spa. So week by week, we really realized that our clients have better conditions, and they were really treated by professional doctors. So you can see the program that was really dedicated for each day of the week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And as I already mentioned, what was very important was interaction with our physiotherapists. So they were really actually the authors of this study. For this study, we used more than 100 clients, and we are working with them also after they finish this 3 week stay in our spa. you can see on the other picture the complementary spa treatments. They support the achievement of the goal of this program or this study. So as I mentioned at the beginning, in Mariánske Lázně, in Ensana Health Spa, we have also not only climate, but also the mineral springs and mud. Of course, also this Maria nature healing gas. So this water and dry carbon dioxide gas pass with Maria gas, improving microcirculation and in general, they oxygenate the organism. Mineral water we are also using for the drinking cure, so especially Rudolph's springs with a lot of content of magnesium, which is very good for the refreshing organism and against the problems with head and neurological problems that some of the clients suffered by COVID. Inhalation of forest springs, they purifying the respiratory tract. We have also interview with a lot of clients and asking what kind of treatments were the most effective for them, so from their subjective, and they told us one of the most effective treatments were not only physical rehabilitation but also the inhalation of the medical spring, and of course the oxygenotherapy that also some of my colleagues mentioned before. So what we actually realized at the end, that really this study has proved the comprehensive spa stay program in Ensana Health Spa Hotel in Czech Republic was effective, and definitely we can measure improvement of a physical, mental and social working capacity of the patient. So I mentioned at the beginning the measurable figures we had from this oxygenotherapy, we have from this spirometry and this walking test that you can see on this picture at the colonnade, so that they have really this 6 minutes walking test, and we measure so how many meters they can walk at the beginning of the programs and how many meters after the end of the programs, and we were really surprised how big improvement our clients did. Also what we measure was this lung function and the breathing, so because this was the main reason or the main problems of our clients. And this study has more than 40 pages, and we worked more than half a year of that, and we were very happy that this study was awarded by ESPA for medical scientific spa research. We were very happy about it, and what we are also happy that the effect of the treatment in Mariánske Lázně have a long-term benefits, and as I said, we are in a contact with the clients and we would like to know how they develop in their homes. So this program is in all Ensana hotels in Mariánske Lázně, that we have 7 hotels with 900 rooms, and we are using the nature healing sources in all of them. And if you can see on the last picture and you would like to know more about our programs, you can visit our websites, ensanahotels.com, that we have this respiratory programs, immunity programs, and also more information about the treatment. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for being the first one who works, even that you are not sanitary and rehabilitation, but to take this advantage from your clients as a health spa hotel of Europe. I want to repeat this health power of nature, but
thank you.
Slogan. And it's fantastic also how you follow up with the clients. That's also something very unique, and I hope many colleagues will learn from that. Congratulations also for the COVID spa voucher.
Thank you.
Available for all European citizens. That's also something very special from the Czech Republic. Thank you very much. And now we are really under time pressure, and I would like to ask our next speaker, Mr. Iztok Altbauer, the General Manager of the Slovenian Spa Association, and also the creator of Spa Central Europe B2B workshop. which will be also integrated in the next Congress. So please use this opportunity, not only European SPA Congress, we have Innovation Award, but we want to integrate also the business, the B2B, and the green country, healthy, green and active Slovenia will show how they practice also with the post-COVID treatment. Istok, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Csilla, and wonderful regards to everybody from far Dubai. I'm just attending the Expo exhibition with the delegation of Slovenian Health and Spa members of our association and some hoteliers that we included not only our visit and presence here at the Expo 2020, but we also present the mineral and thermal waters with turning, let's say, table where we offer water, mineral water tasting. Let me go with my possibilities to share the screen. Just a second.
I guess the presentation has your presentation. Can you share it? Yes.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Is it full screen?
No, go to the full screen.
F5, please. Push F5.
I did go, but I will.
Yeah. And if you start the presentation, starting presentation.
You see next slide?
No.
No. You see the second slide now? Or is it still the first?
You're sharing currently the PowerPoint, the interface of the PowerPoint, not the full screen.
What about now?
Look, it's more than nothing, but it would be much better if we have the full screen.
I pressed F5, function F5.
Okay, then go ahead with that. It's also better than.
Okay, anyway, as many of you, and I was not unfortunately able to see the other presentations since I was between the hotel and the expo, where in the hotel the connection was so bad I had to go to our pavilion. And I would just like to briefly explain what we are doing in our Health and Spa resorts, because there are many things that are happening right now in the Slovenian Health and Spa resorts concerning long COVID program. Now, of course, as the majority of the Health and Spa resorts in the region are using natural remedies, also we in Slovenia use, besides thermal and mineral waters, mineral pellets, peat, which is maybe something of a bit difference. And what is enabling us, since we have this Adriatic coast, also to use thalassotherapy, but also a very important climate as one of the important factors, especially when it comes to long COVID programs. We have many advantages in this new normality. First of all, the majority of our, practically all of our health and spa resorts are in closeness to nature, away from the crowds. They are located in the countryside, in the green environment. Also, we are very proud to say that with a holistic approach to an individual, we really can go into the need of every and single person. Our definitely primary mission is taking care of health on one side, but the balance of the well-being on the other side as well. Therefore, we have developed superb programs and treatments to boost the immune system and programs for rehabilitation of long COVID patients. We have, of course, put up the highest standards. We're committed to providing experiences and services that meet the highest hygiene and health standards in the entire health and spa industry.
Please move the slides, because we are still at the second slide with the title. Thank you.
Do you see now the slides?
Yeah. No, it's
if I press F5, then I see the full screen. You don't, so I better stick to this.
Now we are by slide 9.
Exactly. Yep. So the long COVID programs in the Slovenian spas, and we have taken all our knowledge of the conditions of the COVID-19 patients, and they all include balnear therapy, and they are targeted mainly on respiratory, cardiovascular, psychological, neurological, and fatigue problems that we encounter with the patients. And all of those programs are carried out on patients who are sent on 2 or even 3 weeks rehabilitations. I would like to go into one particular program that has been also, let's say, in a certain way awarded by the Ministry of Health in signing a special agreement so that the patients receive a 3 weeks fully paid long COVID program in the Termana Laško, which can show even more than 160 years tradition in rehabilitation, but is developed or has developed also a wellness and well-being program. Now, it is always the question of the need of the patient, and therefore we have prepared 2 different types, or Termana Laško has prepared 2 different programs, which can be individually even adjusted and change according to the condition of the patient. In this relation, the length of the stay and the range of individually tailored therapies are being practiced. It is a health-oriented package, which is called Recover After COVID-19. That's one, let's say, complete program. And the second one is called Strengthen Your Health After the COVID Epidemic package, and is intended for more wider population, especially those who, beside the physiotherapy treatment, wants to have some wellness services. Oops, a little bit too fast. Well, the main focus on our long COVID program is on tailored individual therapy according to the assessment on the patient condition after suffering, and the performing exercise to strengthen the musculoskeletal system in a unique therapeutic pool with treadmill, lifting bottom, water wheel, and aids to improve the mobility and strength of the upper extremities. Use of a salt room for performing breathing exercise and measuring body composition and monitoring it with the bioimpedance method. This is the example for the recovery after COVID-19 programs, which can be divided into 5, 10 days, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks stay. It is based on half-board. It includes salt therapy, physiotherapy treatments, whole body massage, herb bath for one person, acupuncture as well, which we believe as the Termana Laško is a center of acupuncture. Also, acupuncture can be used in sense of ensuring the patient's faster recovery. Of course, use of swimming pools, fitness center, and possibilities of thermal water drinking. A little bit easier program, the Strengthen Your Health After COVID, can also be used for even a shorter period of 3, 5, 10 days or 2 weeks program. Not to read all these treatments, you can read them by yourself. Maybe I would like to stress out here that in Termana Laško, they have a proper yoga Ayurvedic center with therapists from Indian state Kerala, state certified Indian medical doctor, Ayurvedic doctor, and Ayurvedic therapist with preparation also of Ayurvedic food. So also this can be a possibility to use the traditional Chinese medicine or alternatively ways of combining these treatments that can and are showing the best results. Just to maybe add at the end of these ideas that we have and are successfully now nearly 200 performed on nearly 200 patients. Of course, also we measure the results on the arrival of the patients and after their leave. And of course, our goal is that they leave as possible, as good as possible, to be able to get almost 200% normal vital capacities. Now, just in these days, we have handed in to our partners in the whole Slovenian health system to get recognition of these programs, because I'm showing only the example of one of our spas, but all 13 health and spa resorts have prepared similar programs, but of course they're also bound and connected to the main indication, because we have several special spas that would be, let's say, indication would be cardiovascular disease, and that would be especially for the patients who have suffered any kind of difficulties on the cardiovascular disease and programs. And of course, the future is definitely that we take the advantage of the experience that we have made so far, that we are better, let's say, armed with this experience, and to even better prepare the programs also for the future need, if there might come even new viruses that we are not aware, but we will be able to cope better than we were faced with this terrible virus that hit us so hard. And of course, our hope is that we should come as soon as possible to a normal, let's say, work with patients on rehabilitation base, but also on immunity and also the preventive factor that is and will play a very or even more important role in the future. This is a short introduction, a short example of what one of the health and spa resorts in Slovenia is doing with concrete programs. And I'm really very, very thankful that I was able to switch in the last moment live from Dubai. All the best to everybody. Of course, we each one can only say, let's stay healthy and hope to see you as soon as possible, if not prior than in September in Piešťany. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to hear that many countries represent the biology, medical spas, health tourism, and the Dubai Expo. That's also very important to send these messages and these high-end big events. And I wish you a good success in the next days as well. And we will come to our last speaker. And I'm sorry, we heard many good experience from Serbia. And we want to close up also our European section with the host country. And I would like to introduce Mrs. Nena Stevanovic, who is a specialist of physical medicine, and she developed the rehabilitation program in Merkur Hotel in Vrnjačka Spa. And now we will hear the experience from Serbia, because she made also medical research. And that's also important, not only to develop the program, but also to make the follow-up and to have some result to make the right lobby. So Nena, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We really enjoyed today, and I'm glad to close the session in this wonderful day. And I hope that everybody had the opportunity to learn something new. So, dear colleagues, allow me to greet you all on the behalf of the Special Hospital for Treatment and Rehabilitation, Merkur from Vrnjačka Spa, Serbia, and to thank the organizers, Natasha, thank you, for inviting us to participate at the 12th CEI Regional Forum for Health, Wellness and Spa Industry. My presentation today is about post-COVID rehabilitation in the Special Hospital Merkur in Vrnjačka Spa, Serbia, with its contents and treatment methods of the SPA program, and at the end, the current state of our spas and evaluation results of post-COVID rehabilitation in the period from May to December last year. Because the time is limited, I will start immediately and I will answer your questions later. A number of people who have been affected by COVID-19 afterwards face physical, cognitive and mental problems which cause reduced performance in everyday activities. In order to help such people return to their normal lifestyle, the Merkur has created a plan of providing specialized multidisciplinary post-COVID-19 care and rehabilitation. The program is intended for patients with chronic exhaustion, fatigue and muscle weakness, shortness of breath, cough and chest pain, joint pain, headache, anxiety and depression. Of course, only for patients that are discharged from hospital and who are 4 weeks post the acute phase. The post-COVID program includes medical examination by specialist and subspecialist, cardiologist on first day, with ultrasonic heart examination, ECG, medical examination by pulmonologist, endocrinologist, because it's a common thing to post-COVID patients that they have a problem with glycemia or have diabetes, mostly on insulin therapy. So we also have exam by neurologist and of course radiologist for lung X-ray. Taking oxygen saturation, laboratory services, all. And of course, when they finish on the first day these exams, they have examination by specialist of physical medicine and rehabilitation, who is designing a tailored plan of rehabilitation. Kinesis therapy based on the evaluation of the patient's overall condition. Tests on prior and departure, a relaxing workout, breathing exercise, aerobic workout or swimming in the aqua center, mineral water pool or workout in the fitness center, of course supervised by an expert. 2 physical procedures a day, such as laser and other electrotherapies, magnetotherapy, TECAR or horizontal therapy. Since low back pain is the most common complaint, musculoskeletal complaint affecting every population worldwide and often complained during and after COVID-19 infection, the program includes balneal therapies with mineral waters, bathing and drinking mineral waters, and etheric oils inhalation. And 3 times a week visits by doctor plus 24/7 doctor on duty services. We have also, I mentioned before, a basic post-COVID program. Also, we have post-COVID hyperbaric program. It includes the basic post-COVID program plus 10 hyperbaric oxygen therapies. Before starting this program, it is necessary to do lung X-ray because the fibrosis of the lung is the contraindication for doing therapies in hyperbaric oxygen therapies. And although many patients are on the basic post-COVID program, due to the price, the hyperbaric program has shown both better results and benefits for the patients. Duration of the program is 10 to 14 days at least. 71 patients was involved, age adults between 40 to 60 years, 78% of them, and 60 plus years old, 22%. In a systematic review, inspiratory expiratory muscle training, swimming in the aqua center and aqua training in mineral water pool improved inspiratory muscle strength, endurance time, 6-minute walk distance, reduced heart rate and also reduced dyspnea, better oxygen saturation in 88.73% of patients, and in 5.63% of them was not improved the 6-minute walk distance, and the heart rate was higher in 8.45 after testing. After the program, patients make the following improvements: improved lung ventilation, strength immunity, improved peripheral circulation, secondary diseases are more regulated like diabetes, rheumatic disease and obesity, and patients are able to return to normal physical and sports activity. The network of health institutions in Serbia is divided in 3 levels: primary, secondary, tertiary. Health Insurance Fund of Serbia establishes the network plan for rehabilitation every year, which covers medical indications and the number of beds. After the treatment at the hospital, each insurer visits the medical committee in their district with a request for treatment in one of the spas in Serbia, early or extended rehabilitation, which is indicated for his/her disease or injury. Health facilities in Serbia's spas are in the property of the state by the Ministry of Health, and out of 7,500 beds in health facility spas, 3,500 of them are intended for rehabilitation at the expense of the Health Insurance Fund, since the indications for post-COVID rehabilitation are not in plan yet. These beds are for already established conditions by the Health Insurance Fund. Post-COVID rehabilitation is self-financed by the patients in Serbia, and the price for basic post-COVID program is 50 euros per day, and post-COVID hyperbaric rehabilitation price is 86 euros per day. And I will finish my presentation with a famous saying by a well-known politician, Nelson Mandela: "It always seems impossible until it's done." So I hope that the post-COVID rehabilitation indication will be soon in Serbia too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations that you could make it happen, at least on the first stage for people they paid by their own. But as you said, you have to do it and to show it. Here I want to use also the opportunity to give the floor to the audience if you have any question, and maybe you can address it even to our last speaker, to Mrs. Nina Stevanovic. I'm sorry, but I will practice it. Do you have any question? Because we have some of our speakers still online, like Juliana Tašije from Romania, or Istok Albauer from the Slovene Spa Association. Yes,
yes, please. I'm interested in what is the price for post-COVID rehabilitation in Sana hotels? Yes.
Unfortunately, Patrice,
not here.
She had to leave, but maybe Juliana, okay. You can.
I can mention something from Romania.
Yes.
It's around 250 euro. Yeah. Just the spa packages, I mean, not the accommodation.
How many days of treatment?
5 days, minimum 5 days.
Look, that's why we started to make this survey. First of all, because even on the European Union level, it's a big interest. So that's why I'm asking you again, try to send us back till mid of March. And we would like to know all specialization about the duration, what is the age structure, and also it is for private payers, or you get some, oh, I'm sorry, I did switch off my video. So if you get even some support from the government, or it's only for private payers. So all these details are in this digital survey. And as this Congress that that has the purpose to learn from each other. This survey we will also share with all participants, and we will show you a full European overview of existing post-COVID or long COVID treatment. So in this way, I want to close the Congress today and to say a very big thank to Natasha Ranitovic for the great organization, also to her team, who is doing year by year, not being tired, always choosing interesting topics, which is interesting for all of us. And as you see, not only in Europe, but also in overseas countries. So thank you very much, Natasha, again. And we hope we will see each other latest in September in Pristina, the European SPA Congress. And hopefully next year also by the Central European Initiative. And then we can share much more details about the advantage, what we can make. I'm sorry to say that, but it's also a new business for the medical spas, and definitely a new message for all our citizens that medical spas, spa resort, health resort, climate health resorts are not only for relaxation. You have a very serious medical treatment. You can get a professional guiding to stay healthy, to boost your immune system. And if you have side effects, very severe side effects, as we have seen today, we can help you to reduce it and to get back shortly to social and to working occupational time. Thank you very much. And I give the closing words to Natasha.
Yes, thank you, Csilla. I'm really happy that we managed at last to organize and to manage and to finish our session. And I told you that ESPA session, I told you, and actually I wrote you that next year the ESPA session will be the first one. And not because of delay today, because we are late, but because it's so important for the industry, for thermal spa tourism and industry in Serbia and Europe. New competencies, new post-COVID programs, and now rehabilitation, not only rehabilitation, but preventive programs, so important, and give us hope, all of us, in fast or faster recovery of thermal tourism, thermal mineral spring tourism in Europe and Serbia, because we know that actually full recovery started last year, second half of last year, but we expect full recovery in 2 years from now. So these post-COVID programs, rehabilitation and preventive programs will help not only recovery of our guests, but recovery of our industry. And this is good news. I am really happy to have all of you here telling us examples, then evidences, and it's very important to have a study and evidences that treatments, spa treatments are not only complementary treatments, that they are really real treatments for post-COVID rehabilitation, but also for immune boosting and programs, and for obesity and so on and so on, preventive programs for chronic diseases, non-infectious chronic diseases, closely connected with infectious diseases. So thank you very much for this contribution to our forum, and thank all my and your colleagues for being here, and see you next year. And see all of you. I will be more than happy to see you next year here in Serbia again. And of course, we'll come to Jankas, to Slovakia, to the ESPA Congress. And of course, we will talk, and we will. I'm sure that we will have candidates for the ESPA Innovation Awards this year as well. So we will cooperate, and I'm really happy that we are part of the SPA family. European SPA family. Thank you.
And just to tell you one information more, the result of this survey, of this European medical spa survey and post-corona treatment will be introduced in September and the ESPA Congress in Pristina.
Excellent.
See you soon and stay healthy. Thank you for all speakers today. It was really a great contribution. We learned a lot. And
thank you.
Hope to see you soon.
Be healthy, be well. Bye.
Thank you, Natasha and the team. Bye-bye from Dubai.
Bye.
Thank you, Natasha. Bye.
Bye. All the best.
Thank you very much.